was meant for us.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't you just feel that? That breeze? It penetrated my heart.
Sorry, that was me. I farted.
Proceed to the route.
Hi guys! Thanks for
In 800 feet, turn right onto William, Pennsylvania Highway.
Oh. Vanilla. No. Say it, you won't.
Turn right onto William, Pennsylvania Highway.
I feel your heart beat to the beat of the drums.
I'll make a fucking left here, you cock.
You came here with someone. Oh, so while you're here in my arms.
In 1.2 miles, take a slight right turn onto Don Drive.
Like we're gonna die. We're gonna die young. We're gonna die young. Oh.
In 1 mile, take a slight right turn onto Don Drive.
Like we're gonna die.
Yo, chat, what's up?
Some trouble tonight.
Princess, you here?
Take my hand now, show you the wild side, like it's the last night of our lives. Oh, we'll keep dancing till we die. I hear your heart beat to the beat of the drums. Oh, what a shame that you came here with someone.
What's up, chat? Come on. Make some noise.
Let's make the most of the night. Let's make the most of the night. Let's make the most of the night, like we're gonna die young. We're gonna die.
Oh, what a good Sonic movie. Now what? Now what do I do with my life? Listen to Zelda Breath of the Wild music.
Snap them on the fly with QuickBooks Mobile.
Bored all day, every day, no matter what I do. Bored, 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 bored. Empty and bored. Great combo, if you ask me. Skip.
Friends are such an important part of
Hey,
our
Princess.
lives, right? Good friends are there for us, making the good
Yeah, I did say a chance, right? It's a chance. to win, like a 0.00001% chance. 3 people came. Can you post in the Discord for me? Chance to win 100K by watching the best stream ever. Food delivery.
Times even more fun and the hard times more bearable. But not all friends have our best intentions at heart. We're looking at 10 alarm bells that might help you realize if your friend is more of a frenemy than a BFF. Alex is a channel loaded with all kinds of great advice and information to improve your daily life. Like this video if you're an inspired person, and don't forget to subscribe to join our community of future billionaires. Here are 15
Thank you.
simple ways to find out if your friends have good or bad intentions. Number 1. Equal measure. A friend for life is someone that is there for you when you need them, and equally someone who can lift you up when you need a boost. They pick up the bill when you're out of work, and vice versa. There's a yin-yang thing if you think about it. In the case of a friend with bad intentions, you'll find it's not an equal balance. You take them to the airport without a second thought, but when you're jet setting, they don't reply to your message asking for a ride. Or when you get together to catch up, no matter the topic of conversation, it always seems to revert back to them and their
Thank you.
life. Friendship has to be give and take.
Why is this light forever? What the fuck?
Not one person always gives and the other always takes.
I've been here
It's a
for
one-way
20,000
street, and
years.
Your friend is more in it for themselves. Number 2.
Is this light broke?
boundaries. Maybe in middle school it was a friendship badge of honor to borrow your friend's clothes without asking and assume every bit of your free time will be spent together, or even that your friend gets a say in who you date. Most of us grow out of this level of friendship into more healthy boundaries and a more casual approach to closeness. It is then understood while your friend is welcome to invite you places or to share their opinion on your boyfriend, you won't necessarily agree because you're autonomous. And that's what friends
All right,
usually
Princess, you
like
win
about
the
each other.
imaginary
You find your friend encroaching on your
$100,000.
independence and you feel bullied into doing things or making choices that don't sit well
The
with
other
you,
2 people
well,
who
then you might
left
want to
lost.
rethink that
They
friendship
lost the money.
boundaries. No.
Last week, I slew the Spider Queen. I didn't mean to, but my player...
Really, what the actual fuck is going on?
Legendary artifact. I just wanted to check it out and... boom.
Raid. Shadow Legends. Play for free.
Oh, I did it again. I did it again!
This can't be right. This light's broke! It's broke! What's going on? What the fuck is going on?
Because I hate paying for subscriptions I'm not using.
What in the
If I
world?
no longer want, Truebill can cancel it for you.
I need to go in the left
Actually,
lane.
I started Truebill because I hated using spreadsheets to keep track of my money. Truebill is an all-in-one finance app that tracks and categorizes your spending and alerts you if anything needs your attention.
Nice try. I started Truebill because I was tired of overpaying for bills that only seem to go up.
One thing we can
I
all
would have
do
heard it
is
or seen it if there
manage our
was.
money. So don't do it alone. Download Truebill, the money app that works for you.
Alright.
Number 3, gossip. No matter how you spin it, you can't trust a gossip. If they have an opinion and all the intel on everyone and
What
are happy to share it,
is actually
you can be
going
damn
on?
sure they're also gossiping about you too. This kind of person often strong-arms you to tell them your darkest secrets or the details
I'm
of your
getting
life.
pissed.
This isn't to support you, rather
Like-
because they thrive on the drama and love to have some juicy new beans to spill to gain status. Be wary of sharing your private business with someone who talks about other people's secrets. It's not long before they broadcast your news too. And if you're starting to recognize one of your friendships in these points, there's no need to be devastated about letting someone go. Stick around until the
This
end
has
to
been like an
find out
8-minute
why
light or
it's easier
something.
than you think. Number 4, respect. A friend who has good intentions wants to see you thrive and grow. Even though they might not always agree with you, they have your best interest at heart and want to offer you sage advice. Someone who isn't looking after your friendship but rather stroking their own ego can often belittle or insult you to come off superior or funny in a crowd. This isn't a true friend, and you don't have to
I don't
stick
know what the
around
fuck is
as
going
they're
on.
watching them.
Watch, as soon as I get in this
Not
left
without
lane, the
your
light's gonna turn
friends
green.
Making it worse. Find yourself some friends who will have your back, defend defend your honor, and offer kind advice that encourages you to self-improve. Number 5, jealousy. Have you ever had a friend who tries to prevent you from having other friends or relationships? Well, that is not a good sign. No one person can fill all roles for you. Number 4, respect. A friend
Respect.
who has good Number 4, Number 3, gossip. No matter how you spin it, you can't trust a gossip. If they have an opinion and all the intel on everyone and are happy to share it, you can be damn sure they're also gossiping about you too. This kind of person often strong-arms you to tell them your darkest secrets or the details of your life. But this isn't to
This
support
light's gonna
you,
waste
rather
minutes of my
because they
precious
thrive on
life.
the drama and
It's
love to
wasting
have
my
some
youth.
juicy new beans to spill to gain status. Be wary of sharing your private
Like the
business
companies
with
in
someone who
schools
talks
already
about
wasted
people's
for me.
secrets. It's not long before they broadcast your news too. And if you're
As
starting to
long as the
recognize one
left
of your
light
friendships
works.
in these points, there's no need to be devastated.
It
about letting
works!
someone
Haha!
down.
See ya,
Just wait and find out
suckers!
why it's easier than you think. Number 4, respect.
Turn right onto
Good
Mall
intentions
Boulevard.
wants to see you thrive and grow, even though they might not always agree with you.
In half a mile, turn right onto Mall Circle Drive.
Offer you sage advice. Someone who isn't looking after your friendship but rather stroking their own ego can often belittle or insult you to come off superior or funny in a crowd. This isn't a true friend, and you don't have to stick around as their punching bag. Life is hard enough without your friends making it worse. Find yourself some friends who will have your back, defend your honor, and offer kind advice that encourages you to self-improve. Number 5, jealousy. Have you ever had a friend who tries to prevent you from having other friends or relationships? Well, that is not a good sign. No one person can fill all roles for you. That's why it's great to have a bunch of friends from different aspects of your life. Friends from school
Why are you
and
going
college,
slow?
family
Put your turn
friends,
signal
siblings and
on.
cousins,
Don't put your
neighborhood
turn
friends,
signal on
friends
when
from
you
the
get
office
to
and
the
your kids'
turn.
school.
You're
Then
supposed to do it
friends
like
like
1,000 yards
friends or
before the
hobby. This
turn.
way you don't have to rely
100,
on
whatever.
any one person or put unnecessary pressure on anyone else. It also gives you a great amount of perspective for a challenge or need advice. Toxic people struggle to share. It's mainly out of fear that other people will make them less central in your life and perhaps even point out some of the unhealthy patterns in their friendship. Someone who wants to keep you to themselves isn't doing it out of adoration for
Yep,
you,
you
but
saw
out of an
Guitar Center.
unhealthy need in themselves, and that's not a good intention to build a friendship on. Number 6, negativity. Friends don't have to agree on everything, so if a friend is always insisting that you share their opinion on everything, then let's agree to agree that you're in a bad place with them. It's exhausting and uninspiring to be around someone who wants to argue with you about everything. It's near impossible to plan a trip you will enjoy with someone who has a my way or the highway mentality. It just puts everyone in a negative space of being on the defensive. You shouldn't have to defend yourself to your friends. Obviously, we don't mean that your friends shouldn't challenge you to be better, but friendship is supposed to be a safe space to make
Party sup.
mistakes and still be supported. It doesn't have to come with conditions. More on this coming up. Number 7, truth be told. You shouldn't need to be a CIA detective to be able to unravel facts in a conversation with a friend. The reasons why people lie are many. We're not going to go into that here, but the effect of a friend who lies is that you can't trust them. Often before you realize their lies, they might hype themselves up or convince you to do things you didn't want to do.
Bingo.
Friends who have good intentions won't need to lie to you. They
Gen
won't need
5
to convince you to
monster.
do something.
BRB. Picking up some hibachi. Ooh, nice and warm. Hate this cold weather.
Where would you like to go?
University Square Apartments, 4625 5th Avenue, Pittsburgh.
Getting directions to University Square Apartments, no one.
What? That's still right.
Starting route to University Square Apartments, no one.
University Square Apartments, no one. No one. University Square Apartments, no one. Want to take a picture of that store?
Then make a left turn. In 900 feet, take a slight right turn onto Mall Circle Drive.
I should take pictures of like those electronic light up store signs that are all messed up. That one says Party C, Party Sup, and just put them on TikTok. Like any store letter lights I find that are out, just if it has a funny name, just post it.
Take a slight right turn onto Mall Circle Drive.
What YouTube video do I watch? What music do I listen to, Princess? I'm bored. I'm bored infinitesimally.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Dawn Drive. Then continue straight. Use the left lane to continue toward Pittsburgh.
I don't know what to do with my life. Oh, we were watching a video. What happened to the video? We'll watch this one, then we'll go back to the other ones.
Down here right now. You can win cash. You can win jury. When I talk about jury, I'm talking.
It's not your salary that makes you rich, it's your spending habits. Wise words from Charles A. Jaffe. Alexers, there are many ways in which to do something so badly that they tell you alternative facts about the matter. Letting someone like this go, no matter how great you might think they are, doesn't have to be a big deal.
In 2 rounds, reset the line to merge into I-376.
Darman videos. I should check them out.
That you're a carbon copy of someone else. Healthy friends accept that everyone has things about them that you like and things that you don't. They accept these
I might
differences
pop
or
one of them on.
Toxic friends will pressure you to change, to emulate everything they like, think and feel about everything and anything. From fashion to music choices, they will use some of the techniques we mentioned before, like belittling or lack of boundaries, to steamroll you into submission. This is a major red flag. Number 9, competition. Most common frenemy trait is when your friendship is an escalating competition you didn't sign up for. We're not dismissing that having a little healthy motivation to keep up with your friend can feel a bit like competition, but that's not the unhealthy kind that we're talking about here. If your friend makes you feel like every move is constant one-upping each other, then you're in a bad space. It's exhausting and isn't at all the safe space you should be fostering as friends. And Alexers, if you want to be a better friend, we suggest you watch our video, 15 Ways to Be a Better Friend. As a viewer, Miami Michelleable commented, we always need good friends to do things with and be there for us when the good and bad happens to us. Number 10, trust your gut. When it comes to wondering if your friend has good or bad intentions, nothing beats good old-fashioned intuition. If you have to go through a checklist, then you probably already know the answer. Trust your gut and invite people into your life who want to see you thrive and succeed in your personal, professional, and spiritual life. Those are the people you want to seek out and keep with you forever. Alright, Aluxers, how did you know your friend didn't have good intentions? Share your story with us in the comments and you might help somebody out in need. Now, you stuck with us until the end, you know what that means. You're getting a bonus. If you've ticked off more bad intentions than good intentions and have realized you need to let some friends go, well, don't be disheartened. The New York Times bestselling author Mandy Hale explains it best. You don't lose friends because real friends can never be lost. You lose people masquerading as friends, and you're better off for it. Thanks for being with us today, Aluxers. Like this video if you agree with the sentiments.
That's
and
why I got
remember
no
to
real
subscribe
life
and click that
friends.
bell icon
Not
to
that
be
I
alerted
got
when we
time
release
for
a new video.
friends.
We'll see you again tomorrow. In which our money gets depleted unnecessarily. Expenses that we believe are good for us, but turn out to be a complete waste of money. Let's save some of our hard-earned money and highlight some of the areas that definitely don't need another dollar from you. Welcome to alux.com, the place where future billionaires come to get inspired. If you're not subscribed yet, you're missing out. Number 1, premium packages. This is the easiest money trap to fall into, and it has little benefit to you. So here's an example. You sign up for an internet contract which will cost you X amount of money one month. Their premium package. On this package, you have an extra few benefits, like a birthday voucher, a Christmas card, and a free coffee every 3 months. You get the idea. Your premium package is really a waste of money, and you don't need those perks. These premium packages are only beneficial on a grand scale, but for the average Joe, they're just a drain on your finances. If down the line you feel like you would like to upgrade the package, by all means go for it, but no doubt you'll be quite happy with what you've already got. Number 2, business coaching programs. Hey Luxers, click onto any YouTube video and you'll be slapped in the face with someone telling you how they made their millions, how they're living their dream life, or how they lost all their weight. But in order to find out how they did it, you need to cough up. If someone is making money from selling how-to business programs, it's usually a bad investment. Look out for clicky attention-grabbing headlines like, "The last you'll ever need. Earn money by doing this simple thing. Eat this." Programs with reputable agencies or companies. Number 3, mentorship. This could be looked at in 2 ways. If someone is seeking payment for being a mentor, then they're not being a mentor for the right reasons. If someone is mentorship versus mentorship, then they're also not in the right position for that guidance. Like Oprah Winfrey once said, a mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside of yourself. With that in mind, do you think paying a mentor would reap the same results? Do so. Stop paying for this service, Aluxers. However, do feel free to bring your mentor a decent cup of coffee and acknowledge their contribution when you are successful in the future. It's the least you can do. Number 4, MLM schemes. Also known as multi-level marketing or pyramid schemes, and we touched on this in our video 15 topics you should know by now. As we mentioned there, the latest MLM is the sale of essential oils and diffusers with the allure of being your own boss. They attract those hoping to supplement their income, and sadly, never quite pans out the way people hope. It's great that you want to be your own boss, but going out and buying 50 boxes of this revolutionary skincare range and trying to sell it is not your answer. And Aluxers, if someone gets in touch out of the blue and wants to catch up over coffee, rest assured you'll be asked to buy some lipstick that won't ever leave your lips till your death, a detox tea that promises to make you skinny, and of course, the essential oils that will cure every ailment under the sun. Number 5, driving everywhere. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "All truly great thoughts are conceived by walking." We are so quick to hop in our cars to drive everywhere, even just to shop
Well,
down the
can't
road.
walk to
It's
my
a
destination.
habit, and like any other habit, it needs to be unlearned. You should not be spending money on unnecessary fuel and wear and tear of your car. Every mile you put on your car, you're a mile closer to needing your next service, a mile closer to needing new tires, a mile closer to changing brake pads.
All right,
Hey,
don't
Lexers,
rub it
we
in.
don't need to drive this point home any more than we've already done. Number 6, the home you can't afford. The term to describe this is house poor, described by Investopedia as follows: a situation that describes a person who spends a large portion of his or her total income on home ownership, including mortgage payments, property taxes, maintenance, and utilities. House poor individuals are short of cash for discretionary items and tend to have trouble meeting other financial obligations. Buying too much house is what brings many people down. If you want to know if you can manage to pay off the property, remember this: your entire mortgage payment should not exceed between 28 to 33% of your income. Being impatient for your perfect property can cost you a lot of money. Buy what you can afford now and save yourself the heartache of having to give up on the property you fell in love with that was just not in your budget. Number 7, timeshare holiday programs. Timeshare is an arrangement where many joint owners come together and secure the right to use a property as a holiday home and share the time spent there. This is an area that does not need your money. You'll be throwing away your money. It's an ongoing expense. It's easy to get sucked into the hype about the timeshare. You think you'll go on vacation every year, and of course, you can sell it if you don't want it anymore. Good luck with that. It's like trying to close a bank account. It's near impossible to do. MarketWatch.com confirms that timeshares are usually marketed to lower income people, and they're the ones who usually buy them. Truthfully, your money is better off stored under your mattress. Number 8, being penny wise, pound foolish. You found this great deal. The store 30 minutes away from you is selling 18 rolls of toilet paper for a bargain, so you drive there and take advantage of this great deal. You've now wasted fuel, time, wear and tear on your vehicle. Plus, when you arrive, there's a line of people snaking around the block, all trying to buy the toilet paper at this bargain price. And then, guess what? They're sold out. While you were out trying to save a few dollars, you've wasted more than the initial savings. And if you do manage to get inside for that coveted TP, you end up spending what you would have saved on other items you didn't intend on buying. Womp 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 womp. Number 9. Things you don't understand. Hey Luxers, we can be so quick to jump on the bandwagon with things we don't understand, and it ends up costing us. Get-rich-quick schemes come in all sorts of disguises, and you need to be vigilant. For example, there are several apps you can purchase that promise to help you invest in the stock market and make you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. They're called high-yield investment programs. Stay away from them. People are always looking at ways to make a quick buck, and there's so much noise online promising a great return on a small investment. To the untrained eye, it would seem like the opportunity of a lifetime, but sadly, they don't usually pan out the way you hope. Like we said previously, in this case, your money is safer under your mattress. Number 10, bulk fresh portions and let things go off in our fridges. When we buy these unbelievable food specials, we're buying more than we can use. We use a little and the rest gets thrown away. Buy 2, get the 3rd free. 3 for the price of 2. Sounds like a great deal, and you end up with 3 punnets of baby tomatoes. You can only consume 1 punnet before the rest go off, though, and you would have been better off buying.
Pretty tunnel.
Strom Stewart says, cutting food waste is a delicious way of saving money, helping to feed the world and protect the planet. Number 11, trying to impress people. Those that care don't matter, and those that matter, portions and let things go off in our fridges. Guess what? They're sold out. While you were out trying to save a few dollars, you've wasted more than the initial savings. And if you do manage to get inside for that coveted
I
TV,
rewound it.
you end up spending what you would have saved on other items you didn't intend on buying. Womp, 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 womp. Number 9, things you don't understand.
Things you
Hey
don't
Luxers,
understand.
we can be so quick to jump on the bandwagon with things we don't understand, and it ends up costing us. Get-rich-quick schemes come in all sorts of disguises, and you need to be vigilant. For example, there are several apps you can purchase that promise to help you invest in the stock market and make you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. They're called high-yield investment programs. Stay away from them. People are always looking at ways to make a quick buck, and there's so much noise online promising a great return on a small investment. To the untrained eye, it would seem like the opportunity of a lifetime, but sadly, they don't usually pan out the way you hope. Like we said previously, in this case, your money is safer under your mattress. Number 10. Bulk fresh food. We waste about 1.4 billion tons
Favorite
of food
tunnel?
per year. We toss out
Mine too.
ugly-looking food. We serve 2 big portions and let things go off in our fridges. When we buy these unbelievable food specials, we are buying more than we can use. We use a little and the rest gets thrown away. Buy 2 for the third exam. 3 for the price of 2. Sounds like a great deal, and you end up with 3 punnets of baby tomatoes. You can only consume 1 punnet before the rest go off, though. And you would have been better off buying 1 punnet of baby tomatoes, eating them, and then buying more when you needed more. Expert on the social and environmental impacts of food, Tristram Stewart says, cutting food waste is a delicious way of saving money, helping to feed the world and protect the planet. Number 11.
I'm introverted, but I still want to make friends.
I guess I felt like no one was
Me
looking,
too.
you know?
Yeah, and to be honest, I feel kind of judged on other apps. It makes me feel self-conscious about everything I post.
What's great about Spoon is that no one can take content streaming based on how you look because it's audio only.
We're all different.
It's
We're all a little weird and awkward. And Spoon connects us in ways that wouldn't be possible in other
Audio
situations.
only social network.
In half a mile, turn left onto South K Street.
Tired of this shit. I'm super tired.
This is your captain speaking.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto South Bouquet Street. Then take a sharp right turn onto Jonquière Street.
What the hell am I listening to?
Stop sign. Take a sharp right turn onto Jonquière Street.
This shitty non-yellow brick road. Driving on brick road sucks. Oof. Just feels like it's destroying your car.
Those that care don't matter, and
Way
those that
too
matter don't.
bumpy.
An apt quote, often misattributed to Dr. Seuss, was originally uttered by Bernard Baller. He was an FDR presidential advisor, and he used the quote when drawing up seating arrangements for a dinner. And the words ring true, Aloxers. Why spend your money on trying to impress people?
Yeah,
who
what
don't
else am I
give a
gonna do,
shit about you
princess? I
anyway,
have
or vice
nobody to
versa?
like.
You're not
just-
cheese.
well,
You can't make everybody happy.
if I
so don't
have a
waste
date,
your time
maybe
and money on
I'll-
this fruitless exercise. Real friends don't care about your material.
Maybe I'll take a
belongings.
break,
They
but I
care
just
about
want the
your
money.
integrity, your heart, and
I just
you,
want pure
just
money.
You. Coming up, we'll highlight another area that should never see you hand over any amount of cash, regardless of how lucrative it might sound. But next, these 2 items could cost or save you money depending on the way you handle them. Number 12, water and electricity. Wait, what? Aluxers, using anything in excess equates to wastage. Not only does it waste money, but also the item in question. Every drop that leaves your taps costs you money and makes that much less water available. Make every drop count. In countries that experience droughts. They can tell you how households are rationed to 50 liters a day per person, how water can be switched off for several days because the dams have run dry, or the dregs are coming out of the taps, which is very unhealthy to drink. Don't spend money on unnecessary water usage, and the same goes with electricity. You can drastically reduce your monthly electricity bills by switching off lights, switching to energy-saving bulbs, boiling just the right amount of water for your tea, and wash your laundry in
At the light, turn left
you
onto
could
Fifth
easily
Avenue.
save a decent
Then
amount
the
of money not
destination is on your
spending
right.
on water and electricity that you don't need. Number 13. Paying for casting calls, screenings, and potential
I have
jobs.
nothing else to do with my
If you
life.
spotted the most insane potential job and they're asking you to pay to apply, run away as fast as you can. The most common of these paid casting calls are for modeling and acting jobs. Here's how to spot a scam before you're caught in one and out of pocket.
The destination is on your right. University Square apartments no longer. Arrive.
Agent. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Act now before it goes away forever. It's a cash payment only, and the work is guaranteed. If not, a refund is guaranteed. These are all ways to try and get your money. And as the saying goes, a fool and his money are soon parted. Number 14. You're cheap. In the Afrikaans language,
Alright. Gotta find out where I'm delivering this. Alright, got that delivered. Chestnutty Ridge. Hook my phone up. Hook my phone up.
Where would you like to go?
2224 Chestnut Ridge Drive.
Getting directions to Tutu.
What?
Where would you like to go? Where would you like to go?
2224 Chestnut Ridge Drive, Pittsburgh.
Getting directions to 2224 Chestnut Ridge Drive, Pittsburgh. Starting route to 22. In 1.1 miles, keep left onto Fifth Avenue.
In 1 mile, keep left to stay on 5th Avenue.
Whoop, whoop. I'm gonna watch it right after this one. This video is almost
There's
over.
a saying that goes, "Goedkoop is duurkoop," and what that means is cheap is expensive. Sure, you might be saving a few dollars initially, but what is it costing you in the long run? This is especially true when you purchase things like paint, for example. If you buy cheap paint, you'll end up having to do a few layers to ensure you get good coverage. Other examples include shoes, bras, mattresses, dish soap, toilet paper, knives, and pet food. Be sure to watch our video 15 things you should spend your money on to check if you're making the correct buying choices to avoid costing yourself more down the line. Number 15. Things you won't remember. Aluxers, have you ever eaten a treat and thought, that was so not worth the calories? It's the same kind of sentiment we're going for here. Why would you spend your hard-earned money on things you won't even remember? So you shouldn't spend money on your ex, not because it's saving you money, but because X is just boring and forgettable. Is it something you do all the time? More out of habit than anything else? Do you think that something different will happen this time and that's why you keep going? Hey Luxers, if it's not bringing you joy but is draining your finances, stop worrying about FOMO and cut your ties. We want you to have fun and enjoy your money, just don't waste it on experiences that do nothing for you. And with that, Aluxers, we're at the end. What experiences do you find are just a drain on your finances that you'd love to give up? We can't wait to hear from you in the comments below. Now, for sticking with us until the end, what could that possibly mean? Your bonus, of course. Now, Aluxers, be sure to watch our video 15 Biggest Wastes of Money, which will tie in nicely with this video, and will give you a lot to think about when it comes to your finances. So what do you believe is the biggest waste of money in history? That's a tough one. It has changed throughout history. In the 1600s, people traded their land for tulips. The Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II cost $1.5 trillion. The Great Wall of China bankrupted China and cost hundreds of thousands of lives and any war ever fought. So start small, Aluxers, and start seeing an increase in your bank account. Till next time, remember to subscribe and leave us a thumbs up. We really appreciate them, and you.
I'll try to look up one of these videos. Dharma. Oh, there's a video premiering soon on the 27th. Babysitter gets revenge for leaves sister alone on Halloween. What happens?
Want to skip this jingle? With NJM you can.
Huh? No, don't skip this jingle.
Really? Skip the ad and skip the jingle.
No, don't skip it. Weather burn.
You can do it.
No, weather burn.
Skip it.
I skipped it.
So, what do you guys plan on wearing tomorrow?
I was thinking, 3 of us dress up as
Adam! Adam!
Oh, great.
Do you know?
Hey, brother. I miss you.
What do you want?
Is it great that we are in the same school now?
Yeah, it's so great. Okay, look, May, we can hang out when we're at home, but here I just want to be with my friends. So, let's pretend like we don't know each other, okay?
Okay, like playing a game?
Exactly, like a game.
Okay, can I go first?
Never mind. Is there something you need, or why did you come over here?
Yeah, I need help with this.
It's not that complicated. You just twist the cap.
I know that, duh.
It's screwed on really tight. Thank you.
Is there something else you need?
Yeah. Wanna play with me outside?
No. Now, please, just leave us alone.
Okay, then I'll be at my favorite spot, where all the daisies are. Bye.
Sorry about that. So what were we talking about?
Halloween. You know, what if we dressed up as Squid Game?
Oh, yeah!
Oh, I love that idea.
Hey, Adam.
Oh, come on, May. You ruined our TikTok.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Why do you have to mess up everything, huh?
I didn't mean to, brother.
Please don't call me that. I don't want everyone at this school knowing we're related.
Oh.
Now, what do you want?
I was just wondering, which color do you prefer? Blue or pink?
I don't know. Neither?
Come on, just choose one for my class project.
There. Does that answer your question?
Get it to do one.
Hey, guys. Ready to go home? Hey, Dad. Actually, is it cool if Jake, Alex, and I go to the plaza?
I guess.
Yes! Okay, we'll just walk then.
No, I'll give you a ride. It's not safe to walk. There's a lot of accidents around here lately.
Can I come too?
In half a mile,
you can't come with us.
That's not nice. If you want to go to the plaza, you gotta take your sister too.
What? No way. What are you trying to do? Embarrass me?
How would that embarrass you?
Be seen in public with her.
Adam, I can't believe you just said that. Do you know how much your sister loves you? You should be honored she even wants to spend time with you. All right, I guess I'll take you home.
No, it's fine. She can come. All right, let's go, boys. Come on.
I'm so excited. The plaza has a donut shop.
Yep, and I heard they even have a unicorn donut.
Really? I want one.
All right, well, you kids have fun.
Bro, like that can't
I'll be back in
exist.
2 hours to pick you up.
Thanks, Dad.
Adam, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure.
Make sure to watch out for your sister, okay?
turn right
Don't leave
onto
her by
Boulevard
herself.
Place,
Don't let her
then
go off
turn
on her
right
own.
onto Boulevard of the Allies.
I'm serious. A lot of bad things could happen.
I said fine.
Here,
At
give May a
stop
donut.
sign,
Whatever
turn
she
right
wants.
onto Boulevard of the Allies.
It's for you. Have fun.
Thanks, Dad. All right. Where do you guys want to go?
I go to the donut shop, please. They have the unicorn ones now.
In half a
Go
mile,
buy one.
right to Merchant
Use other
Drive,
stores.
26
Come on, boys.
What? How? I don't have any money.
Well, looks like you should have asked Dad before he left. Looks like you're not going to be eating any donuts. All right, where you guys want to go?
Let's check out the new video games at the general store.
Oh, maybe they have the new NBA 2K.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Use the right lane to keep right to merge onto I-376.
What are you doing?
I wanted you guys.
Remember what I said? At home we can hang out. Outside, pretend like we don't know each other.
Oh, that's right, the game.
Yeah, exactly.
376 West.
I'll go work on my project.
You can do whatever you want. Just leave us alone.
I can't believe you got.
Wait, you guys should ask your parents tonight if you can come over to play.
I don't know. I mean, they barely said yes to me spending the night tomorrow for Halloween.
Hey, while we're here, should we look for Squid Game costumes?
Good idea. Yeah, let's go.
Wait, I mean, shouldn't we let May know?
I mean, I guess. I mean, where is she?
I don't know. I don't see her.
Maybe the donut shop?
She's not in here. Where could she have gone?
Does she have a cell phone?
No. May? May? Oh, excuse me. You haven't seen a girl wearing a unicorn backpack, have you?
No, sorry.
Hey, have you guys seen a girl with a unicorn backpack?
Nope. sorry, I haven't.
Hey, did you just say you were looking for a girl with a unicorn backpack?
Yeah, have you seen her?
I just saw her going outside as I was coming in. I just missed her.
Outside?
Yeah, outside.
Guys, I gotta find May. If my dad finds out I got her lost, he'll kill me. You guys wanna come?
But what if she comes back?
Why did it make me go this
Okay,
long
you guys wait
ass
here.
way?
I'm gonna look outside. May? May! Where are you, May? Oh my gosh. May! May! Where are you? Can you hear me, May? Please. No. Please, let me through.
Maybe one of this, it's her backpack.
Okay, thank you.
No.
You alright, son?
That was my sister. She got hit.
Honestly, guys, I'm okay. It's not that bad.
You're my sister.
I did hit my head pretty bad, but no, I don't think so. Let me take this, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Why am I delivering candy all the way from Big Lots?
Seriously, there's no need to call an ambulance. I'm okay.
From Monroeville all the way over here. What the fuck?
Hey, where are you?
Where all the daisies are.
That's it. Oh my gosh. I was so worried. Thank God you're okay.
Uncle Sam, I am just
I missed you so much. But why would you leave without saying anything?
I told you I need to work on that class project.
Oh, I guess I just didn't realize you were leaving. What's this project for anyway?
My teacher asked us to do something that we love. So I made this. That even has sort of a kind of glitter. Blue. Do you like it?
Are you kidding? I love it. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Bro, you guys got schooled so bad yesterday.
You have LeBron, of course you're going to win.
Hey, May! Over here!
Hi. I love you guys' costumes.
Well, that's good, because I got you one too.
Wow.
Well, go put it on, and then we can have lunch together.
Sure. What's about the game?
Wait, what game?
You know. Like, we pretend that we don't know each other.
Oh. Forget that. Look, moving forward, I want the whole world to know. Hey, everyone! This is May, and she's my sister. The best sister ever, for that matter.
Aw, thanks, Adam.
Yeah, I should have done that a long time ago.
Pretty much candy,
Also,
yeah.
You can call me brother.
Welcome to Behind the Scenes.
Well, I am the brother who is pretty much really embarrassed of his sister. I feel bad bullying her.
Where am I going? This is the Chestnut Ridge. Robinson. I mean, it's like over $20 for the order, but I mean, like, Very true, princess. Very true. Happens quite often. Damn, this guy gets a shit ton of views. And these videos released like only...
So you can play this crane and you can win anything. Whenever I catch here, it actually comes and delivers to the house.
You got it.
Damn.
I don't need to like go anywhere and get it. Like it comes to me just from playing the game.
Alright, so I press play, and then there's a claw. I have to try this one. Oh my god! Okay. Yes! This is actually fun!
Yes!
Sisters fight over new iPhone 13. What happens is shocking. 10 million.
Here's how to cancel a subscription with Truebill. Open the app, go to the Recurring tab, and here you can see a calendar of all your upcoming charges. Tap on the subscription you want to cancel. Now tap Cancel Subscription. And then...
Spoiled girl disobeys the law.
He totally should have. If my dad gave me his credit card, I would have.
Yeah, and the gold one is so cute. Well, maybe I'll come back and get it before our new yacht trip.
Uh-oh. You got our parking ticket. Again. How much is it?
Oh, $54. Bad?
Not bad. My parents would kill me if I can believe that.
Yeah, mine too. And you know this is a reserved spot, right? There's a $5 parking lot right across the street.
I know. But that's way too far to walk.
I'll tell you when I get there.
My feet are already hurting from shopping
I think
in
it's like
malls all
some
day.
caramel candy.
It's fine. I'll just use my dad's credit card to pay for it. You probably won't even notice.
You got another parking ticket, Tasha.
Not right now, Mom. I'm in the middle of something important.
You call online shopping important?
Yeah. Winter collections just dropped. You know how fast things sell out?
What are all these? Don't tell me you spent more money on...
Mom, I don't want another lecture. Can you please just leave me alone?
See, this is the problem. We spoiled you too much, and now...
Dad! Mom's acting crazy again. Please get her.
Crazy. Asking you to not throw money out the window is crazy?
Dad!
What's with all the yelling?
Can you get Mom out of my room, please? She's bothering me.
She thinks me telling her to not waste so much money on shopping and parking tickets is bothering her.
Oh, I got a $54 ticket. It's not a big deal, okay? It's not like I meant to get it.
Another ticket. Isn't this your third one this month?
Thank you. She has no regard for money at all.
Why would I? We're rich. You guys own the hottest restaurant in town. Why are you acting like we're poor?
Now you see, you spoiled her too much. Make her pay for her own ticket and cut up her credit cards. That's the only way she's gonna learn.
What? No way. I'm not getting a job. And you can't get rid of my credit card. Dad, please. Say something.
I'll pay for this last one. But if you get one more ticket, you're on your own.
Thank you, Dad. You're the best.
Of course he's the best. He gives you everything you want. What about the shopping? Are you going to say anything to Tasha about that?
Try to cut down on the spending, okay, sweetheart?
Of course. Not a problem. I love you.
Love you too.
I called the store and they said that there's only one gold purse left in stock. You better not sell it.
I'm sure it'd still be there. You don't have to drive so fast.
Yeah, I think you should try slowing down.
And for someone else buying it, not a chance. Need a round trip. Oh, have you guys booked your tickets yet, by the way? I'm just waiting for my direct deposit from work to hit, then I'll book mine.
Yeah, same. I get paid tomorrow, so I should be good to go. What about you?
I'm dropping by my parents' restaurant later, so I'm gonna ask them then. I know my dad will be cool with it. It's just my mom that I'm worried about. A cop! I can't believe this is happening.
I tried to warn you to slow down. Dude, the cop is coming to the car right now. Why do you need to call the store?
To see if they can hold the bag for me. If someone else buys it, I'm gonna be so mad.
How's everything going?
Hey Jen, mind if I leave this here?
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks. Hey Dad.
Hey, sweetheart. One sec. May want to try another pinch of salt. Want to try some?
I'm okay, thanks.
Keep up the good work. So how's it going?
Good. You got a sec? I wanted to ask you about something.
Sure. What's up?
So, you know how I've always talked about wanting to go to New York?
Yeah.
Well, my friends are planning a trip, and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind paying for me to go?
Did you ask your mom about it?
Come on, Dad. You already know what she's gonna say. Can you please just make this happen for me?
You got another ticket?
Mom, calm down. There's people.
I just spoke about this yesterday. Look, she got a speeding ticket today for $100.
Why are you going through my stuff?
Tasha.
That's not all. She also bought another bag. Right after she said she'd stop spending so much.
She should have her license taken.
Not even that expensive.
She shouldn't be driving stuff.
$100 not that expensive? This is all you're doing. She's never going to appreciate anything unless she has to work for it.
Your mom's right. And I'm sorry, but I'm not paying for your trip to New York.
New York?
But Dad, my friends are going. Please.
All these years we've worked so hard we haven't even seen New York. Do not give in. It's time to take away the credit card.
It's gone too far. Give me my credit card back.
No. Please don't do this to me, Dad. How am I gonna pay for anything?
The same way we all do, by working for it.
You want me to work?
You won't even have to look for a job. Most people's parents don't own their own business. Hey, remind me how much I pay you guys.
$20 an hour?
Right.
Introducing Stocks by the Slice from Fidelity. Now you can trade stocks and ETFs for any...
I'll pay you 18. Here. You can even start right now.
There's absolutely no way I'm wearing that.
Fine. Then I guess you won't be buying anything anymore.
We're going to New York.
Sucks.
In a quarter mile,
Don't think we
turn
forgot
left
about
onto
the credit
Chestnut Ridge Drive.
Are you serious?
Without her dad's credit card, Tasha finally has to work for everything she wants. She starts by cooking food in the kitchen.
Chestnut Ridge Drive.
She then has to clean dirty tables. She even has to take out the trash.
In half a mile, turn right onto Chestnut Ridge Drive.
She finally starts to understand just how hard making money really is. And then, a couple weeks later, Tasha gets a little surprise.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Mom.
Hi, honey.
In a quarter mile, make a right turn to stay on Chestnut Ridge Drive.
No, I was gonna accept it.
Make a right turn to stay on Chestnut Ridge Drive, then make a right turn to stay on Chestnut Ridge Drive.
Turn right onto Chestnut Ridge.
Can I deliver my shit before you guys send me a ton of shit?
Make a right turn to stay on Chestnut Ridge Drive, then make a right turn to stay on Chestnut Ridge Drive.
Onto Chestnut Ridge Drive. Your destination is on the left. Arrived.
Cream Savers Orange is what I delivered. Two, 4. Finding that room was the biggest pain in the ass. So they have buildings with room numbers. You would think in the back, is there a back porch or something? Nope. The front half of the building are rooms, and the back half of the building are other rooms. So they basically stuff that building with as many rooms as possible. Fucking hate life sometimes. Gotta deal with all the bullshit. Give me food delivery. Give me more money. Come on, give me money. Give me money. The blessings of life. Well, I got some mud on the bottom of my shoe. Gotta clean my shoes when I get home. That's a life blessing. Ugh. Don't want to be stuck in a damn loop where the number of years determines how much money I make. Ugh. Housekeepers, $14 an hour.
How was work?
It was alright.
We're so proud of you for working so hard.
Thanks. I'm gonna go shower.
So proud of you for working so hard for a couple days. Oh, you're so awesome. You totally changed your ways after working a day or a few days or a week.
Starting route to home.
Not far from home though.
At the light, use the right lane to turn right.
Wait. I got something for you. Your first paycheck.
Really? How much did I make? $897?
Yeah, almost enough to buy another purse.
So 20 an hour, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 160 times 5. So about makes sense.
Oh, I can't believe I did all that work just to be able to buy one purse.
It means more when
Buy
you
one
count it
purse?
yourself, right?
Yeah,
What purses are you
Yes.
buying where it costs 800?
actually.
Where are you going?
Is it okay if I use your credit card?
Dairy Queen show.
Starting route to 268 Settlers Ridge Center Drive.
Doing this Dairy Queen.
Why?
I'm gonna return all of it. I realize now that I don't need this. Especially knowing how hard it was to make back all that money I spent.
Really?
Yeah. And I was thinking, after I'm done returning everything, maybe I could use the money to.
I knew there was a catch. Let me guess. Pay for your trip to New York?
No, I was gonna pay for that myself. What I was going to say is buy you guys tickets. You know, so that you both could come with me.
You want us to come with you?
Yeah. If you want to, that is.
Are you kidding? We'd love to.
Take exit 64 into I-7.
How does that make any sense?
This school can be so mean.
But you weren't good enough for your real one. So she gave you away. Do you think it's because she didn't love me?
Not at all.
It's just a quarter, right?
Yeah, these videos are pretty interesting, Princess. Though the family obviously had enough money to go to New York. Especially when they're giving this girl all this money. Louis Vuitton up to 5,000. Coming from a gal who loves purses. Condos that aren't connected. If I ever move out, I would rather get a condo. If somehow I want a house, I would move into a house and rent the condo to someone. I don't know, I feel like that's what I should have done. Maybe I should have bought a condo. That's using your brain. You should have bought some shit to rent out. I don't know. Nobody needs a $5,000 purse though. Besides to say they're rich and show offy and they wasted money. $5,000 for a purse, it can't be that different or better. order will be reassigned if I don't head toward the objective. I'm at a stoplight, thank you. Good for you. Tell them to take it back. So many more ways to enjoy that money. So many more ways to enjoy $5,000 or even a couple $1,000.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
That's like most people's. Yeah, if you make over $55,000, that's like 1/10 of your annual income just for a purse. Can't even fucking imagine. Everything's a bunch of bullshit. Isn't it great how everything's a bunch of bullshit? It's wonderful, magical, bullshittiful.
At the stop sign, turn left onto McMichael Road. In 3/4 of a mile, turn right onto Campbell's Run Road.
Hermione Brown.
At the next light, turn right. At the light, turn right onto Campbell's Run Road. In half a mile, turn right onto Settlers Ridge Center Drive.
What's up, boss?
Afraid I got some bad news. We're gonna have to let you go.
You're kidding, right? I'm one of the hardest working people here.
We had to make some budget cuts. I hope you can understand.
No, what are you? This is. How am I supposed to pay my bills?
I don't know. But I'm sure you're gonna figure it out. Good luck.
The guy is more valuable than a ring, you say. Aw. Lady's not marrying the ring, she's marrying the guy. That is true. If she gets mad because of the ring isn't expensive, that's a problem. Big problem, yeah. Good point, good point.
In 800 feet, turn right onto Settlers Ridge Center Drive. Turn right onto Settlers Ridge Center Drive. In 800 feet, the destination is on your right. 268 Settlers Ridge Center Drive.
Where's this Dairy Queen? Dairy
Destination is on
Queen.
your right.
Is it?
268 Settlers Ridge Center Drive.
Looks like it's closed.
Arrived.
Maybe. Nope, not closed. All good.
Starting route to
2 minutes
65
to there.
into Welcome Drive.
Seven minutes to there. Always nice when the other order's on the same route. Follow the route. That is all one can do in life, is follow the route. GPS your way to riches, follow the route. That is the deepest wisdom any wise man can give you. Follow the route to your wealth and health and friendship. education and intelligence. Just follow the route. Make a GPS. Navigate your way to freedom. Life is all about bullshit. It's all about stuff you're in. Being tricked by the companies, by the schools, by everything. Tricked by everything.
At the next light, turn left.
Just one big free market capitalism bullshit. Very poetic.
Hey.
You're home earlier.
Yep.
At the light, turn left onto campus Run Road.
Look, you're not gonna believe this, Ben. I just got fired.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, well, yeah. It came out of nowhere.
But I don't understand. You told me you were getting a promotion.
Well, I thought so too, but clearly that didn't happen.
Okay. So what are you gonna do?
I don't know. Find another job? I mean, what else?
Pablo? I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore.
You can't do what? What do you mean?
I mean that when I first met you, you told me that you were gonna start your own business someday, and that we were gonna live in a really nice place, and yet we're still living in this dump, and now you're unemployed.
Well, I'm sorry. My life hasn't gone accordingly to your plan, okay?
You know what? I'm leaving.
Okay, no, wait. Where are you going, Shelby? Wait, look, we can...
Pablo, I need a man that can give me what I deserve and provide for me. And clearly, you're not that man.
Oof.
So, please, okay, but please, so just...
What a hoe. There are a lot of hoes out there.
What's up?
Hey man, want to go to Vegas this weekend? The Bears are playing the Raiders.
No, I can't be spending money like that.
At the light, turn left onto Edinburgh.
That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, I hate to ask, but I will need those $500 that I let you borrow a few weeks ago. Do you think you can Venmo them to me?
Shoot.
What? What's wrong?
I didn't realize you needed back so soon. Kind of already betted on the football game.
You did what?
I'm sorry, but there was this really good parlay that was paying 20 to 1. If I win, that'd be 10 grand.
No, nobody ever wins those, Dave.
No, this one's different. Look, if I win, I'll pay you half. How's that?
Whatever. I gotta go.
Let me guess, he wins. My ass.
Doing all right?
No. Kinda wish that they never happened.
I bet, huh?
Yeah. First, I lost my job. And my girlfriend broke up. And well, now I just found out my friend gave me $500.
Ouch. Sorry you gotta go through all that. Don't be sad, though. God always closes the door for a reason.
What do you mean?
Well, let me ask you. This job you lost, is it what you always dreamed of doing?
No. I've always dreamed of having my own donut shop. That feels like a long time ago. So,
This girl you were dating, you absolutely certain she was the one for you?
I mean, her leaving like this does make me question things.
And the $500.
At the stop sign, take a slight left turn onto Plymouth Road.
Well, then maybe just trust that God always closes the door for a reason. One day, you just might thank him for it.
So wait, you're saying...
Closes the door to fuck you up at another door.
one's on me. Hey, look at that. Your day's turning around already.
Sorry I'm late. You must be Pablo?
Yes, I saw the pictures online. So this place used to be a donut shop?
Yep. So it's already built out for everything you need. You hardly have to spend any money to open.
That sounds great to me. I think I'll take it.
Great. We do have to warn you. Because of what happened with the last tenant, the landlord is requiring a double security deposit.
Oh. Okay, and how much would that be?
Let's see. First month's rent plus 2 months security deposit, $5,700.
Thank God for Dairy Queens not spilling.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't have that kind of money. I barely have $1,000, so.
Well, if you do get all the money together, just give me a call. Don't wait too long though. A lot of people calling about this space. Good luck.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Steubenville Pike.
Who was I kidding?
Pablo! You completely missed out, bro. You should have come to Vegas.
That is the last thing on my mind right now.
Hey, you okay? Are you still stressing about Shelby?
No.
In 1.5 miles, take a sharp right turn.
I met with a realtor. He told me he wants $5,700 for this place.
Damn.
I mean, that's crazy, right? I don't have that kind of money, and I don't understand how anything I just said could make you smile.
Look, I wouldn't feel bad for you if there was any truth to what you just said.
What do you mean?
Remember that parlay I told you about?
Yeah.
Well,
whoa, it won.
What?
Yeah.
You're joking, right?
No, man. And here is the $5,000 I promised you.
This is insane. Thank you.
Of course, man. Hey, look, and now you open up your own shop.
Yeah.
In 1 mile, take a sharp right turn.
You know, it still wouldn't be enough to pay for inventory or to hire new employees. I don't think it's going to work. But thank you, really.
No, wait. I'll tell you what. Since you let me borrow money, here's another $5,000.
Dave, I'm not going to take your money.
It's a loan. Pay me back whenever you have.
Thank you, but no, really, this is...
I insist. I wouldn't even have this money if it wasn't for your $500. Take it.
You're a good friend, man. No, really, Dave. Thank you. Of course. I promise you, you're not going to regret this.
All right, come here. Donuts.
Here you go. Of course, you're welcome. Next. What are you doing here? Hey, do you mind taking the next customer?
Sure.
Thank you.
I was just walking by and I thought I saw you. Is this your shop?
Yeah, I bought it a few months ago, and well, you can say things are going pretty well.
I can tell. You've always been a hard worker, so you definitely deserve it.
Thank you.
Listen, our head chef position just opened up, and it'd be a big promotion from your old job. Would you be interested?
Pick this up. Bish's Dairy Queen's gonna melt. Wait forever for a fucking pizza. I'm gonna put this one in here. Probably smart to do. What? Just put them both in here at this point. Yeah, these orders haven't been lucky in terms of wait time and find time so far today.
Turn left. Turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto Steubenville Pike.
Steubenville Pike.
In 4 miles, continue onto US 22 West.
If you're a homeowner in Pennsylvania and you are still paying for electricity, then you could be missing out on free government assistance to go solar.
Don't lie to me, you
Most people
stupid
don't know this, but
lying
in 2005, the federal
thought
government
bitch.
passed the Energy Policy Act. This federal law granted everyday homeowners access to thousands of dollars to invest in upgrading their homes with solar panels. This is why.
I'm alright. But thank you.
I understand. Well, congrats on all your success.
I'll see you soon. Hello?
Hi. So I heard through the grapevine that you started your own business.
Yeah, you can say that.
I'm so proud of you.
You know,
I was thinking we should start our relationship over again.
Yeah, look, I don't know if that's a good idea, Shelby. You know, God always closes the door for a reason, and well, I intend to keep it that way, so goodbye.
Wait, don't go!
There you go. 2 pumpkin spice lattes.
You are the best.
In 2 miles, continue onto US 22 West.
You know, you don't have to stay here and help me, right? You can just go home and relax.
Are you kidding? I'd much rather be helping you.
Thank you. You know, I thank God every day for introducing me to you.
Hey, Pablo, can I get a smile for the DM Times?
Yeah. Babe, get in.
Okay.
1, 2, and...
Look, I'm writing those for tomorrow's test.
But that's cheating.
I'm gonna get caught this time. Can I go now?
No. Leave me.
Yeah, because that's how life works for everybody. If somebody gets wronged, good stuff starts happening to them and they become a better person and they get back at everybody. Totally what happens every time. Stuck behind the magic slow bus. Stuck behind the magic slow bus. It is the magic slow bus. It is the magic slow bus. Whoa.
How's it going, everyone? It's Sam. I need to talk to you about the game that countries are playing, that whales are playing, that some of the big names that you don't see are playing and what they're trying to do. Because I think a lot of people get caught up in the day-to-day and maybe they lose hope or they make stupid decisions in crypto. So let me explain to you today what people are doing behind the scenes and what you should be doing. So if you guys don't mind hitting the like button and hitting the subscribe button, I definitely appreciate that. If you've seen videos like this before and you like them, definitely subscribe for more of them. Turn on that bell notification so you know right when I post a video, because some of this is time relevant. Yesterday I said we will probably see a dip, and we were at 62,500, now we're at 58,700. So if you caught that, I had someone say to me today, hey, I sold all my crypto, I bought it back, I made a lot of money. Of course, like, I don't do what I say all the time, like do your own research and stuff, but still. So with that in mind, I do need to say Shiba Inu crashed several different websites, including CoinMarketCap, including Coinbase, including Voyager. Now, one place that you can go that will not crash because of Shiba or anything, or a lot of other cryptos, and they're actually raising rates, is BlockFi. So they're raising their interest rates on stablecoins up to 9.5% for USDT and 9% for other stablecoins. There's a link underneath the video. You can get a bonus. If you have one place already where you have cryptocurrency, it's good to diversify so that way you have access in case these different sites go down. Definitely consider having it in multiple places. If you already have it on BlockFi, make sure you check out the link down to Voyager too, because again, like different places.
Get away, magic slow bus.
So, with that being said, why did the market fall? Well, I already covered it, but $500 million of liquidated Bitcoin hit today, or we had 500 million liquidated as Bitcoin fell. Whales dumped, so that way people got liquidated. It's obvious. Whenever we see leverage at all-time highs, that the whales are going to do this, and I called that out yesterday. Now, with that being said, we're still staying above this range, so we hit that $58,000 support. We've come back down a couple times. We've stayed right in this range right here, 58 to 59,000, maybe just coming up to almost 60,000, but then being rejected several times. So that is actually really good to see. If we can keep this level, I would not be surprised if we fell a little bit more, to be honest. But if we could stay here and we'd even break this 57,000 mark or something, that I think would be really strong. Now, with that being said, why are the whales doing this? I think that's something we have to pay attention to. Well, obviously they want their Bitcoin. So one way to do that is to force liquidations. Now, what are big people doing behind the scenes today? What are countries doing? What are wealthy individuals doing? Well, they're buying Bitcoin. You can see El Salvador just bought the Bitcoin dip. They bought 420 Bitcoin. Now this is hilarious because of the fact that they actually went to the IMF recently and they want a loan. They want a $1.3 billion loan. And some people were joking that they might use that to buy Bitcoin. They just spent $25 million on Bitcoin today. So I would not be surprised if they go out and buy $500 million or $1 billion worth of Bitcoin if they get that loan here soon. So I don't know if you're catching this, but not only is El Salvador trying to get Bitcoin with loans, essentially they're trying to get a loan to buy Bitcoin, at least that's what it looks like now. Also, MicroStrategy has done that before. So countries and companies are trying to get into debt with this very low interest rate environment to buy more Bitcoin because it's such a pristine asset. I mean, heck, Michael Saylor has talked about go remortgage your house to buy Bitcoin. Do whatever you can to buy Bitcoin. Now, I'm not suggesting that. That's just what he said before. Now, what else is happening? Well, banks are trying to get their hands on crypto too. The U.S. regulators are talking about how banks could put it on their balance sheet and take it as collateral. I mean, Michael Saylor says this, when large U.S. banks are able to hold Bitcoin on their balance sheets, everyone will want to buy it, no one will need to sell it, and you won't be able to afford it. So individuals will just take loans out against it. So if you're trying to buy it, it's like that meme where everyone's lining up to buy something at like 100,000 or $1 million. Everyone will be lining up to buy Bitcoin when it's $1 million. No one wants it now at 60. So still a small portion of people are actually buying it. Now, what is the end goal? Well, Michael Saylor says it here. What is the end goal to investing in Bitcoin? What do I want? I want it all. So Michael Saylor says it right there. He wants to buy as much Bitcoin as possible. He wants to collect and he wants to acquire as much as possible.
It's a cryptocurrency. It's like stock, but it's digital currency. So it's like having a dollar, but you have these tokens that are worth different things, and they go up and down based how valuable they are, based on how many people get into them. Oh, I wish I knew about some of this shit earlier this year or even last year. I would have been rich. Instead of investing in stock, should have invested in cryptocurrency. Decentralized currency that the government can't control.
That's what people are doing. About another 596.
Yeah, if you go to like Coinbase.com or Crypto.com, you can see all the different cryptos and what they're worth and stuff.
Coins worth over 37 million. I mean, this person has a lot of money. They already have 106,000 Bitcoin, and they're buying.
Interesting, but another missed opportunity because I didn't know about it, and I was so depressed from the pandemic and living with my dad and my financial situation and losing my job. And I mean, I enjoyed playing the games and stuff, but YouTube went weird. Losing my girlfriend that year, and it was a year I had to transform a lot. Life screwed me, and I just gotta smile. But there's still gaming crypto out there. There's gaming crypto, so there's still a lot of crypto opportunities out there. It's not like they're all gone, but
more here today because they're so bullish on it, right? And an anonymous Bitcoin whale just moved $127 million worth of Bitcoin off of Coinbase recently because they're locking it up. We also have Tesla, the smartest man in the world, right? Or one of them, right? Elon Musk, who's literally going to put people in outer space on Mars, who is the richest person in the world, sees the potential of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Even if you look at, holding them versus being able to accept them for payment, he realizes that there's a lot of excitement, and you can capitalize on that by offering products for Bitcoin and other cryptos possibly.
In half a
He
mile,
holds it
turn
himself.
left onto Left
SpaceX
Drive.
holds it. Also, Tesla holds it. They're buying it for a reason. We see a bunch of miners too, by the way, buying Bitcoin miners. They're spending millions of dollars on Bitcoin miners. You know, they're doing that because they think it's a wise investment to buy as many miners as possible and get as much Bitcoin as possible. But we get caught up in the day-to-day, right? We get caught up, hey, is Bitcoin going to fall down to 57,000? Is it going to fall down to 55,000 after this? Well,
Tesla cars look good.
Right back here.
Earlier last year I did, at the beginning.
And then it fell down to 41
For a little bit.
39 or something. You probably felt like that was a bad investment at the time because it fell 10, 15%. But now you wish you could go back as much as possible and buy.
Yeah, my dad and his girlfriend didn't want her over because, oh, maybe she might get COVID and bring it over.
Turn right onto
I'm
Maryland
sure her
Drive.
family was the same, like, oh, if I come over, I can give them COVID if I have COVID, and because nobody knew what it was. And I was lonely, and I kind of wanted to be with my best friend, you know?
Turn right.
And it just, like, destroyed me because I was really lonely and depressed, and
At the stop sign, turn right onto Cottonwood Drive.
another reason I wish I had enough money for my own place. I don't know. All my problems stem from money, so if I just had the money, everything would be fine.
In a quarter mile, the destination is on your left.
That's why I gotta get the money. You know, I made a mistake, but instead of supporting me and helping me, she just like left. So
The destination is on your left.
guess our physical
Arrived.
chemistry didn't match anyway. I am Mr. Krabs now, yeah.
Starting route to 6515 Interlochen Drive. Head southeast on Cottonwood Drive.
Turn
Go past this stop sign. Then at the next one, turn right. Proceed to the route.
Now it tells me to go that way. Make up your mind.
Go past this stop sign. Then at the next one, turn left.
Deliver this melted ice cream.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Merriwood Drive.
Yeah, my family weren't
Go past this stop sign. Then at the next one,
exactly the greatest with money. Or maybe they just spent it on the wrong stuff. Focus on the wrong stuff.
at the stop sign, turn left onto Cleft Drive. Then turn
They made some bad choices for sure. They know that. Don't want to follow in their financial footsteps.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Princeton Avenue.
I mean, back then, money was easy to get. I mean, inflation wasn't as bad and didn't have to work as hard.
In a quarter mile, turn right.
It is a milkshake now. I can't tie my emotions to people and let mental illness or trauma or circumstances or the past weigh me down. We're not liking my job. We're happy that my dreams are turning out the way I want. Just gotta, or that I'm in a different, or that I'm not in a different situation. I just gotta look.
In 1 mile, turn left onto Battle Ridge Road.
It's not necessarily their fault too. I mean, it's this whole shitty classist, elitist system, like with the colleges and the student loans and car shops and all this other bullshit. Low paying jobs while working in college. Everything's a bunch of bullshit. Or a lot of the shitty dates I had or women I met can't let that bring me down. Put on some music or something. Gotta shoot that money into my veins. Just give me that money and I'll shoot it up. really bad turn. Okay. Lion country. Where the lions? I don't see no lions, you liars. Here's your melted ice cream. Just put in the freezer, it'll be fine. Melty. Super melty.
as much as possible. Well, that is what you have to realize now. If you're bullish on crypto in general, but especially Bitcoin too, buy as much as possible. People are buying right now because they really do think we're going to hit 98,000 end of November, 135,000 by the end of the year. More after that. This is the soundest money out there. And there's only so much to go around. There's actually a decreasing amount every single year if you count for how much is lost. So it's only becoming more scarce over time, and everyone wants it. We have banks, countries, wealthy individuals, they all want as much Bitcoin as possible. This is true of other cryptos too, right? A lot of people want Ethereum right now. There's a lot less on exchanges. And once we transfer over to Ethereum 2.0, it's actually going to become deflationary also. So that's another thing going for Ethereum. There's going to be less and less of it out there, even as the supply goes down. We are still inflationary now. The supply on exchanges is going down, but
go past this stop sign. Then at the next one, at the roundabout, take the second exit.
In my opinion, of course, do all your financial advice, do all of your stuff. This is not financial advice, but just be careful because the leverage is what got us into this mess in the first place, and a lot of people lost a ton of money. With that in mind, too, be ready because
at the roundabout, take the second exit onto Middlefield Drive.
About how inefficient Bitcoin is and how people are losing lots of money in it and all these different crazy things. So pay attention to that too. Just don't get scared out of your positions. Now, I always believe in having some cash on the side. That's why
at the next stop
like
sign,
like
turn left.
They're paying you a ton of money. They're paying you a bonus just to get you in the door. They're also paying you interest rates. They're also giving you interest back or Bitcoin back on credit card transactions with their Bitcoin card. So they're trying to get you in the door and they're trying to pay you as much as possible. So if you guys want links to that, you can check it out underneath the video. Thank you guys so much for watching.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Old Oakdale Road.
Picked up some crypto here today. I will see you in the next video. Bye.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left onto Battle Ridge Road.
We've given up trusting the banks. We've given up trusting who were supposed to be the fiduciaries, and we can take control back ourselves.
Michael Burry has come out and said very openly that the mother of all crashes is coming. Cryptocurrency is going to crash.
It's going to be the largest distribution or redistribution of wealth in all history.
What's up, everybody? I am Jaspreet Singh from theminority-mindset.com, and today I'm sitting down with the cryptocurrency expert Raoul Pal, and we're going to be talking about all things crypto and what's coming in cryptocurrency. Raoul Pal used to be a very successful hedge fund manager, and then he retired when he was just 36 because he wanted to dive fully into cryptocurrency, and he moved all of his money into crypto. Not only is Raoul Pal fully invested in cryptocurrency, he also runs Real Vision Crypto, which is a video channel which is helping its more than 100,000 members understand cryptocurrency and understand this massive transfer of wealth that's happening because of cryptocurrency. They're publishing like 5 videos a week to bring on some of the smartest minds in finance, and it's completely free. So if you want to learn more, you can check it out, realvision.com/revolution, and I'll also link to it in the description below. So let's jump into the interview. Raoul, thank you for being on with us at Minority Mindset.
I'm super pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
So I want to dive right in. Why should people care about cryptocurrency now, and how is cryptocurrency going to change the world?
You don't start with a small question, do you?
No, we go right in.
Why should they care? This is the fastest level of adoption of any technology in all recorded history. So the internet grew from 1990 to 2000 at 63% a year. In 1997, there was 150 million users of the internet. Currently, there's 150 million users of crypto, and the network is growing at 113% a year. So it's twice the speed of the internet. So what does that mean? This is the network of money, the network of value. Now, if you understand network businesses, you'll understand Facebook. So here's a giant network, 3.5 billion, where we got to use the network to connect with people, unless it was yesterday when the internet didn't work, when it all went down. But let's assume that it did work. You get to get the psychological benefit of likes and connecting with people, and they get to monetize you.
Yeah, I wish I had like a British or Australian accent, honestly. I mean, I could probably practice.
So the shareholders got rich, and our brains just rotted. You know, that was the trade-off. But when you're talking about cryptocurrencies, it changes that network model to something where the network participants are also the owners of the network. So the network, let's say...
I wish I could test out countries,
and
other places to live.
Who uses the Bitcoin network has to
need a lot of money to do that.
Bitcoin. And so the more people that come on the network, the more the value of the network goes up. It's called Metcalfe's law. It's the value, the number of connections, plus the interconnectedness between all of the people on the network.
Turn left
So
onto
crypto
Nobletown Road.
supercharges this, which is why it's growing so fast. It's kind of built in human behavioral virality within it. So what does that mean, and why should people care? Well, we've already said it's the fastest adoption of any technology in all recorded history. If you'd have known about the internet in 1997 and had made the right bets, which was harder back then because it was
Continue on to
companies
Clinton
and
Avenue.
not the underlying protocols. Here we get to bet on the protocol. It's going to be the largest distribution or redistribution of wealth in all history. So why do I say that? Well, we can just extrapolate the numbers. As networks grow, the rate of growth comes down a bit. So it's currently growing 113% a year. If it drops to 83% a year, then we get to 1 billion users from the 150 today by 2024. We get to 3.5 to 4 billion users by assuming the trend rate of growth then drops after 5 years to, let's say, 63%, which the internet grew at. We get to 4 billion users by the end of the decade. So if this is a network of money, therefore the value of this network is going to utterly explode. So how do I put that in context? In context, it means that it's currently a $2 trillion market. Sounds big, right? But all the other asset classes, like equities and bonds and real estate, they're all 200 to 300 trillion. So if this is going to grow at the speed we think and get the adoption that it looks like it's getting, and that's provable maths, then the probability is that this gets to be worth 200 trillion.
So you think that Bitcoin and Ethereum, these have the opportunity or ability to 100x in the near future?
The entire
In 2
space,
miles,
not just
take a
one
slight
coin.
right turn to merge onto
Everything
US
you
22
touch,
east toward
basically.
Pittsburgh.
Now, there's going to be winners and losers. So that's the financial incentive of why this matters. But it matters at a much deeper level, which is this is a redistribution of power within the financial world, where the individual doesn't need the middleman. So this is the transfer and storage, trusted storage of all digital assets, and eventually all assets go onto a blockchain. So this is the start of new business models, and everybody watching this will have seen the rise of NFTs, which is a nascent start in what's going on here. We'll see the rise of social tokens. All of these things are blockchain enabled. We're already seeing finance itself.
Mr. Beast Burger, ugh. Do I really want to pick up his fucking burger? Lying, scammy, conny ass game. Finger on the app. Bullshit. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see it. Bravo Italian Kitchen said Mr. Beast Burger is a ghost kitchen. It's not a real restaurant. It's a virtual brand.
In 1 mile, take a slight right turn to merge onto
Another
US
one for
22
Bravo
east toward
Italian
Pittsburgh.
Kitchen. I'll take it. So double wombo combo there. greedy, egotistical, fake, pretending to be super nice and pretending to offer so much value. Like, oh, I made the biggest thing today. Let me make a video of it.
Starting route. In half a mile, take a slight right turn to merge onto US 22 East toward Pittsburgh.
It's not a Mr. Beast restaurant. It's inside another restaurant, some Italian restaurant, it's a ghost restaurant. He's a phantom.
Go past this light, then take a slight right turn to merge onto US 22 East toward Pittsburgh.
Most of the time, never trust a dude with an ugly mustache. Never trust a dude with an ugly mustache. That's the rule in movies, rule of life. You think if I made a video of me peeing on Mr. Beast Burger and flushing it down the toilet, I would get a lot of views?
Be decentralized finance, where there's no bank. It's an algorithm, and it's based around these blockchain protocols. And the smart contracts allow these protocols to be programmed. So that means you can put a set of rules in it. So it's going to give us the power not only to invest and make money, and these things, Bitcoin may be 50,000 today, but it breaks down to 8 decimal places. So anybody can put 10% of their net worth in, however poor they are. So for dollar cost averaging and wealth building, this is extraordinary. But it also creates the technology for this new kind of power shift where we've given up trusting the banks. We've given up trusting who were supposed to be the fiduciaries, and we can take control back ourselves. Even identity will go on the blockchain. So we can share it with Facebook and Google on the terms that we accept. So this is a technological and a financial and a cultural revolution all at the same time.
Police everywhere.
Well, it's interesting that you brought up people are losing trust in banks, especially after we saw happen in 2020 and 2021, where the Federal Reserve Bank printed trillions and trillions of dollars to stimulate the economy. I mean, I think that's another argument for why people are moving towards cryptocurrency. But what happens to institutions like the Federal Reserve Bank if people start to adopt cryptocurrency more? Because I have a feeling, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that they're not going to like it.
Correct. So what the Federal Reserve are doing is they're looking at the macro backdrop, which is the most indebted global economy in all of history. 400% of GDP in debt, of which the US is by far the largest. So you've got this situation where the world is in debt, the population is aging, you can't generate growth, and jobs are being competed for by robots, AI, globalization. So you've got this structurally very difficult world. How do you service the debt? And the answer has been to print more money. Now, printing money lowers the value of fiat currency. All the central banks are doing it at the same time. So it's not just the dollar or the yen, it's all of them. So that whole printing of money means if you make something overly abundant, it becomes worthless. Now, it's not saying fiat currency is worthless yet, but basically the central banks are increasing their balance sheet by about 13% a year since 2008. That means we're all getting poorer because wages don't go up, but assets do. And assets are future savings, a future expenditure. So you stick it into, let's say, a second property as an investment, and then you'll sell it in due course because you want to realize the money to be able to spend. That's all assets are, they're deferred consumption. But it means that we can buy less of those because they keep going up. They're going up because the value of the dollar is dropping, the denominator, not because the price is rising in terms driven necessarily entirely by demand. So we're all getting poorer, and this helps that. The central banks don't want it because they don't want the debt bubble to burst. So they want you to keep in the system, devalue your savings, devalue your working salaries to try and keep this system alive to protect the baby boomers who've basically got most of the debt and most of the issue.
So do you think that's ever possible though? I mean, if just thinking about that logistically, the United States is drowning in debt, and if people move away from the dollar, how would they be able to survive?
Well, they don't have to move away from the dollar. You just need what I call a life raft. We all need somewhere to put our savings that doesn't get affected by the central.
Euro is much better than the dollar. Might as well go to the UK or Europe or something. Probably where it should be.
Banks. And Bitcoin, the greatest example, there's 21 million of them, there's a known supply, it can never be printed, you can't increase the supply, it becomes scarcer over time. So that becomes something very interesting because it more than offsets the printing of the Fed balance sheet. In fact, it's about the only asset, aside from some technology stocks, that's done this. So don't think of it in terms of systemic catastrophe. Think of it as individuals, we've got the choice. So we won't change entirely out. Some people entirely live in the crypto world because you can earn yields and you can borrow and you can invest. But maybe for many of us, we put some of our savings there and allow our savings to grow in that space in a different way and still operate in the normal world. So I don't think it's a competition at this stage. 20 years time, let's talk again, because these worlds are meeting. And if this proves to be a superior way, it's difficult. And the central banks are trying to fight this head on, not fight it, but kind of dovetail in with it by building their own central bank digital currencies, which are still fiat-based, so they still get devalued, but they have some of the attributes of this new technology, meaning instant transferability and accountability and that kind of stuff.
An interesting thing that I heard you talk about before is the issue of risk. And with the Federal Reserve Bank printing so much money.
Alright, where's this fucking restaurant? Why'd it take me to the wrong fucking place?
Proceed to Steubenville Pike, then turn left.
It's only 8 minutes away, but still. Oh, maybe it never went. It's only 6 minutes away.
Money, essentially stimulating our way out of a recession, a crash, trying to eliminate risk, and that being a reason people are moving to cryptocurrency, because we're seeing what's happening with the dollar, like you just talked about. We're seeing the dollar get devalued. I mean, is that why people are moving to cryptocurrency? Because they're worried about the value of the dollar, or do they just want to say, screw you to the government and to central banks?
I think it's all of the above, but if you think of it again, I'm a macro guy at heart, and I look at bond yields. People used to have bonds. We don't now because there's no yield. So yes, the system owns them, but as individuals, they're not interesting to us. So that's taken the bond market, the biggest, largest source of investment on earth, has just been taken out of the equation. It's just not relevant to us. You might as well own cash. And the Fed decided, well, we can't allow, because all the companies are so in debt, we can't allow the credit markets to blow up because that would be a house of cards. So they started buying credit. So credit now doesn't react to the business cycle. So that's taken that out. And then we've got the currency markets. So now we're not talking about the debasement of fiat currency overall, we're talking about the dollar versus the yen versus the euro. That's been flat for 6 years now, because the governments don't want it to move, because if the dollar moves too far, it blows up the world again. So what we've got is very few avenues to actually make money. Now, real estate, sure, but it's expensive for most people, and also banks don't want to lend necessarily unless you're rich already. So what avenue have you got left? You've got the equity markets, all-time record high valuations. Okay, money's going to keep going in. and it'll get more crazy in valuations. But is that the best bet? Or is it the market that has a 2 trillion valuation that could go to 100 trillion and is the future of the entire financial system and global business model? It kind of makes sense for people to start reallocating assets.
I mean, cryptocurrency, is it an investment or is it money? Because, you know, when I keep cash or I buy gold, I don't look at that as an investment. I look at that as money that I'm holding or saving. But it sounds like you're looking at cryptocurrency as an investment.
I'm looking at it both. Some people philosophically want to use it as money. That's okay. I'm pretty happy using the US dollar for transactions. I don't have any savings in a bank account right now. I mean, I'm 100% allocated to crypto, which is an aggressive risk strategy because this is a 70% volatility asset, so it's extremely volatile. But it's the right point in the risk cycle for me to take that risk. But generally speaking, some people want to get out of the system entirely, and I get that and I respect that. Others just want to use it to offset what the central banks are doing and making sure that their savings grow, still while operating within the current system, because it's bloody hard to buy a house with cryptocurrency right now.
You know, I've heard mortgage companies they're thinking about adopting cryptocurrency. I was reading an article about that the other day. But how do you, okay, so if you said 100% of your assets or your savings are in crypto, how do you buy things then? Because I can't go to Amazon and buy anything with my Ethereum.
Well, the secret is why I can take that risk is I have it. The really important thing about risk is to set up yourself to take risk. So you either have nothing, then take as much risk as you want, or you build up an asset base, you own your house, you have an income, so you can cover your cost of living, and then your excess savings you can then risk if you want to, because you can always make it back over time via your investments, and you're not going to lose your house. So setting yourself up for risk taking takes time. It comes later in life, but you suddenly occasionally get an opportunity like this. Now, this is the biggest I've ever seen, but it does come across from time to time where you can swing the bat and take the big bet.
I like how you said that, where there's a time and place for risk, where, you know, if you're trying to build yourself, you're saying maybe don't take 100% of your money and put it all into cryptocurrency. Build yourself first.
Yeah, but you saw the opposite too. People who had nothing to lose, which was the millennials and Gen Z in March to June 2020, well, they had nothing to lose and they got given a free check. So they're like, sod it, let's go buy some options. And they learned about risk, and a bunch of them made a ton of money from it, and it paid off. But yeah, had they lost that $1,200, it was free money anyway. So that was intelligent risk taking, even though it looked like it was the crazy Wild West. It was actually pretty smart.
You know, with all the talks now of the stock market being a bubble, the real estate market potentially being in a bubble, with all the cheap money.
What are you doing, Princess? You make anything interesting or do anything interesting today? Also, what's your first name again? Would you rather me call you by your name or by your profile name?
The cheap debt out there, do you think that could affect cryptocurrency and cause a potential cryptocurrency crash? We're going to jump back into the video in just a second, but before we do, I want to give you a quick word from our sponsor, BlockFi. If you're interested in cryptocurrency, then you need to check out BlockFi, because with BlockFi, you can finally start earning interest on your cryptocurrency. So if you own Bitcoin or Ethereum or one of the stable coins, you can earn interest just for holding on.
$69, $99 for a fucking massage.
Onto your cryptocurrency, so now you don't have to wait to sell your coin to make some money. You can just hold it and earn some interest through BlockFi. BlockFi is not a bank, it's a crypto financial institution that will pay you when you keep your cryptocurrency at BlockFi. The way it works is you deposit your cryptocurrency into BlockFi, and then BlockFi uses your cryptocurrency as collateral to lend out money in cryptocurrency to big institutions, and then these institutions pay BlockFi interest, and then they pay you for keeping your cryptocurrency at BlockFi. And the best part
part is you can pull out your cryptocurrency whenever you want. You are not bound to keep your cryptocurrency there for any period of time. You can deposit your cryptocurrency and pull it out at any time you want. Plus, they just launched a new ACH feature which allows you to passively buy cryptocurrency. So you can set up a schedule where you're buying $10 worth of Bitcoin or Ethereum every single day or every single week, and as soon as you buy this cryptocurrency, it's going to start earning you interest. Now, this is not completely risk-free because BlockFi is not
Nobody's
FDIC
here. Are
insured
they
because they're
open?
not a bank. But if you do want to learn more and you want to see how you can earn interest on the cryptocurrencies that you do own, I'll put the link to where you can learn more and get started with BlockFi in the description.
Getting rid of stuff you don't need? Nice. I will call you whatever you want me to call you. That can also get weird depending on what you want me to call you. cooked some food for your uncle and he shared it with his friend. His friend ate everything. Wow. What you make? Well, the Mr. Beast Ghost Kitchen closed early at 9, so the restaurant didn't have that one, so I unfortunately don't get to deliver that one. Well, fortunately and unfortunately. Wanted to see what his bag looked like. I mean, his burger is not going to be different from other burgers. It's just going to be like, oh, this is a Mr. Beast burger. Fucking hungry. I'm hungry. Need some chili. Yum. Yum yum for the tum tum. Hi, my name is Solomon. Solomon. Wonder would people still like him if he didn't have all that money? You know who your true friends are when you hit rock bottom. That's very true. I mean, there's a lot of people that way, Princess. All about what you have and own. So much bullshit out there. I'm driving the right way or not. Take a look at gas.
Starting with
6 minutes away, not bad, not bad. I did not choose the correct way.
onto Show Bay Drive. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Southern Park Drive. At the next light, turn right. At the light, turn right onto Southern Park Drive. In 3/4 of a mile, turn right onto Park Miller Boulevard.
What I would like to see is put a celebrity or a sport player, anybody making an obscene amount of money, and put them in a average job like all of us has. Make them work in it for a year and see what happens to them. They're gonna hate their life.
In half a mile, turn right onto Park Miller Boulevard.
Is a paid partner with BlockFi, so if you use them, we will get compensated, but there's no additional cost to you. So if you want to learn more and see how you can earn interest on your cryptocurrency, I'll put the link to where you can do that in the description below. And now, let's go back to the video.
Cryptocurrencies are cyclical assets, as many assets are. Most assets are driven by the business cycle, cryptocurrency less so. It's driven by this cycle, driven by Bitcoin itself, bizarrely called the halving cycle, when supply gets reduced every 4 years. And tends to then lead to a speculative bubble, and then we tend to get a bear market. It also usually coincides with when the central banks have finally stabilized an economy after a bad period. So we saw central bank printing in kind of 2015, 16, 17. That was the period where Bitcoin did well last time. Then the world's economy recovered, Bitcoin did less well. So it tends to be the slight inverse of those central banks. So when the business cycle is looking good, you might want to own more equities than you own crypto. But when you're in this early stage where the central bank's probably going to print more money, you'll want to own some of this. So it has its own cycle. It has huge downside, but the upside is even bigger. So in financial market terms, we refer to it as the risk reward. So the average annual return of Bitcoin is about 120% a year. So it's 120% a year in price appreciation, and I think the worst down year in the history of Bitcoin was 45%. So almost every day you enter the Bitcoin market, it's a 2-for-1 risk reward. Now that really works over a longer period of time, a few years. But if you look at a chart of Bitcoin, it always does this. It's an exponential chart, so you need to put it on a log scale. What happens, magic happens when you put it onto a log scale. Exponential assets on a log scale makes sense. It trades in this beautiful range on this upward trajectory. Now that range on a normal chart looks massive, like down 70, up 700%. But when you're on the log chart, it's like, oh, I get it now. This is just a more volatile asset. But the rewards over time are amazing.
Interesting. And diving deep a little bit into cryptocurrencies themselves, because there's a whole bunch of different cryptocurrencies out there. Bitcoin, Ethereum. What is the difference between, say, Bitcoin and Ethereum, and
Alright, where the fuck did this take me here?
Where would you like to go?
846 Lincoln Highlands Drive, Coraopolis.
Getting directions to 846 Lincoln Highlands Drive, Oakdale. Starting route to 846 Lincoln Highlands Drive. Head west on Park Manor Boulevard, then turn left. Where would you like to go?
846 Lincoln Highlands Drive, Coraopolis, PA 15108.
Getting directions to 846 Lincoln Highlands Drive, Oakdale. Starting route to 846
I wonder if they
Lincoln
had.
Highlands Drive.
This place is giving me the wrong addresses. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Proceed to the route. Proceed to the route. In 900 feet, turn left onto Park Manor Boulevard. Proceed to the route. Turn left onto Park Manor Boulevard. At the next light, turn left. At the light, use the middle lane to turn left onto Southern Park Drive. Turn left, then turn right.
Why there's so many different currencies?
Well, firstly, Bitcoin was the big daddy. It's the OG of the space. And it was based on the context of money, the store of value, introducing the idea of blockchain, this very limited supply, this hugely distributed network that's incredibly safe. So it has properties that almost no other blockchain has. And its adoption means that its value is now accepted amongst millions and billions of people. So that's Bitcoin. But Bitcoin, because it's so secure and so amazingly built, makes it less fast for transactions. So then back in about 2015, Ethereum came out. And Ethereum solved two things. One, making it faster. And two, adding something called smart contracts. Smart contracts allow you to program the bit of the blockchain to say a specific thing. If this, then what? You know, those kind of things. Which meant that suddenly you could program this blockchain and create all sorts of things. And that kind of grew for a while. And then we all had the crypto winter, the bear market in 2018 and 19. And then suddenly, out of the gate, exploded DeFi, NFTs, social tokens, all of these things being built on smart contracts on Ethereum. and the network effect on Ethereum was gigantic because it was growing really fast. So think of Ethereum more as a software platform for the Internet of Value. Think of Bitcoin as the pristine actual base layer of it all. Then you've got other things like Solana or Cardano, or there's a whole bunch of these out there, Terra, which are layer one solutions, i.e. they try and do the job of Bitcoin and Ethereum, but in different ways. There's always a trade-off. The trade-off is security of the network by the number of people who secure the network. So Ethereum has less and it's done in a different way, and then Solana and others have less, but it's super fast. So they change how the blockchain works to increase speed. So maybe Solana's really useful for financial transactions. So there's a lot of this going on in the space where people are solving different needs by different groups. Ethereum is so popular that the costs, called the gas fees, of using it are expensive. So again, some of these others have solved that. But most people want to build on Ethereum because that's where the network is, that's where all the developers are, that's where all the mindset is, but it shifts around. Then there's other ones like DeFi, decentralized finance protocols, which give you yield for your money, and that's a whole different set of protocols. And then there's ones for NFTs and social tokens, they're all different as well. So they all solve different needs, and what if you think of it, think of this hive mind of the smartest people in the world of finance, technology and mathematics all getting together and saying, you know what, we're all going to solve the world's problems, and anything like this before, with the amount.
Teacher Kevin. So kids, what do y'all learn today? Gotta make that money. Teacher Kevin. Everyone gets A's. Yep. Yep. I wish I would have learned. Wish I would have learned that. Wish I had better financial education. All started when I watched Dave Ramsey stuff. That all made sense. I mean, it just made financial sense after watching his stuff. Then Jordan B. Peterson on the emotion side, on that helped too. And yeah, a bunch of stuff came together, helped me out.
The brain power going into this to break down small bits of the financial system, the business model, whether it's IP rights, whether it's how to empower communities, or whether it's how artists can monetize their money. So many things. People are looking at that one specific use case, getting a group of 20 people together, the smartest people they can find, say, right, let's go, raise some capital and do it. It's incredible.
So how does somebody now who is watching this thinking, you know, I want to get involved in cryptocurrency, how do they find a good currency to buy or invest in? I mean, like Elon Musk was a big talker of Dogecoin, and just more recently Shiba Inu, which rallied, I mean, hundreds of percent so fast. How do you decide what's the good way to go?
Simply, you go to how financial market participants look at risk. And this is a really good lesson for people, is when you're learning about something, allocate to the least risky asset to start with. Open a wallet, get some Bitcoin, get some Ethereum, get those two assets, understand them, understand how it transfers, how you store it. And by doing that, you'll suddenly start picking up on Twitter or Instagram or anywhere else, what are people talking about here? And then you'll start getting exposure to all these coins, and you're like, oh, I can't get my head around this. But let's say you want to go out on that risk curve.
Proceed to the
and
route
take a little
and
more
turn right
risk.
onto Lincoln Highlands
Well,
Drive.
then the best way, what I did was like, I don't know which one of these is going to succeed and which is going to fail. So I'm going to take some of the middle to upper tier of these and just make an equally weighted basket. So I bought 15 and did equally weighted and spread it across the different types of sectors and said, well, now I'm going to watch it because now I've got a bit of skin in the game. And if the whole space goes up, I'll do well. But I'll notice when some of these start making breakouts, and that's usually to do with the network growing fast. i.e. more people are building on it, investing in it. Doge was an interesting case because the network purely came from retail investors. There was no use case. But then Mark Cuban looked at that and said, well, if there's a massive network of people who own this form of money, well, why not sell Dallas Mavs tickets and merch and take Doge? Because it's a whole new group. So now you've created an application. Next person was Elon Musk. He's like, well, here's a network, it's growing massively, so maybe I can use this. And I still think that he will end up using Doge in some way for, let's say, streaming payments from Tesla, because he can. So we don't know which ones are going to succeed, so you can buy a basket of these things, and then you'll get to
Found an
know
old science
what
book from 8th grade, nice.
What projects you're interested in.
Always interesting finding those old
what is
things
really
and old
interesting-
books.
Like, I'm not wildly interested in DeFi. You know, I'm not bothered
Always
about yield. I wanna make
nostalgic.
capital gains. I've got an income. I want to make some capital gains, and I want to see technology change the world.
Donate it instead of throwing it away. Good for you. Yeah, I donated all my old clothes to Goodwill, so. Might as well give it to somebody.
So I'm actually more interested in some of the other things. So you'll over time start reallocating, but that's the way to do it. Don't go into the latest meme coin that's gone up 1,000%. Start at the beginning, Bitcoin and Ethereum, get a feel for the space, understand what it means when it goes up 30% in 3 days and then down 30% in 3 days. Get comfortable with it, then start allocating it outside.
Can you expand on what you meant by there is no use case for Dogecoin? Because I think, you know, we understand what it means with the network effect. If I'm a big fan of Ethereum and I tell everybody, hey, use Ethereum, now I'm a natural affiliate for Ethereum because I'm telling my audience, my friends to use Ethereum, and if they buy Ethereum, then there's more buyers for Ethereum, which makes them more valuable. But what makes...
So that's one side of a network, right? So you've now got users who do nothing but put money into the network and spread the network to get more people in it. What makes a network really take off is when there are applications. So if you think of Ethereum, we had the investors, then we had stuff like decentralized finance, hundreds of protocols, businesses all being built. Then there's NFTs all being built. So now you've got use cases, projects, people are using it for transfer payments, all sorts of things. So now you've got these users who are the investors in the network, who are securing the network, and now you've got people building other applications on the network. And so if you think of Facebook, if Facebook was just you and I being able to chat on Instagram or whatever it is, valuable. What's really valuable is when all of the brands and advertising businesses built on top, or you build communities on top, like we've all built on YouTube, right? You're basically helping the YouTube network. Now, in the case of YouTube, Google gets all the money. You get some of the advertising revenue. But in the case of crypto, you all participate, including these businesses have built on.
But what makes that possible with something like Ethereum and not Dogecoin? Is that the blockchain behind it?
It's the vibrancy of the developer community and the blockchain behind it, and the more brains that accumulate in one place, the more it becomes like a supermassive black hole and accumulates more people. So Doge, the people who built Doge did it as a joke, but it was a decent enough blockchain, but not great. And it wasn't great because it wasn't as robust, and it wasn't as decentralized, and a number of things. And the developers stopped working on it, so it never got improved, never changed. Now, Bitcoin doesn't need to change because it's kind of, you know, yes, there's been a couple of changes over time, but generally speaking, it's very static. Ethereum's much more dynamic, but Doge was nothing, it was abandoned. So there were no developers working on it. Now, the original team have got together again, because I think Elon Musk is backing them to start building on it again, to start changing the attributes of that. Okay, this is starting to get interesting. I own some Doge for this reason. I saw that network of people, and I saw that it had no real use case, it's still speculation. Then I saw people accepting it for payments and realizing that this is a community of Dogecoin owners who kind of know it's a joke, but also know it's serious. And then you start to see, okay, they're going to start building stuff on top. It's interesting to own that.
That's interesting. Now, one concern that I have about cryptocurrency is it's entirely on the internet. It's very digitalized, or it is completely digitalized. And if you saw what happened, I mean, we talked about this with Facebook recently. Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp were shut down for half the day. What happens if the internet gets shut down, or if there's a cyber attack on cryptocurrency and now you can't access your money?
So, the nature of the distributed network, the nodes in cryptocurrencies, means that they're all over the world. You'd have to shut the entire world's internet down. There is no single point of attack. It's not Facebook. Facebook is one company. So there is no single point of attack, so it makes it extremely hard to stop. Thermonuclear war could do that, but your crypto still doesn't disappear because the blockchain will always exist. And as long as you've got it on your cold wallet stored, it can't be taken away. So it is kind of nuclear proof. Just because the internet
Afghan kebab house. Let's go make some money. 13 bucks.
it goes down for a bit, you can't make a payment, well, figure it out with barter, because if the internet's gone down, none of the banking system works around the world. You've got no way of making a payment. So it's simply not a crypto problem, it's a world banking problem. So all cash payments, because there's 90% of every payment on Earth, or 99% of every payment on Earth is done electronically. So that's kind of not an argument for crypto, but what's amazing with crypto is there's no single point of attack. So there's no cyber hack that can hack the Bitcoin blockchain. It's impossible to do, or as impossible as it possibly can be.
Are you worried about what China's doing though, and putting on regulations on cryptocurrency? And are you worried that that could potentially happen in the United States if the central banks and the Federal Reserve Bank say people are getting too much power with cryptocurrency, and then they put on more regulations?
I think it will get regulated, and just because Apple is a security that is regulated doesn't make it less attractive, and many people will own Apple. So it doesn't have to be the Wild West. There can be an element of regulation. Last night I spoke to the Chief FinTech Officer for the Monetary Authority of Singapore, and he explained their approach to regulation, which is I think what everybody's going to adopt in the end, which is we can't just keep using these 1934 securities laws and tell you what you can and cannot buy. What we're going to have to do is give you a warning to say, this is risky, and are you sure you want to do this? We are not comfortable with this because you could lose all of your money. That is a much better approach, and giving people the freedom to do what they want. Regulators are still struggling with this. Now the issue is, it's currently a $2 trillion market cap. My fear is by the time we get to like March of next year, this is going to be a $10 trillion market cap. Regulators can't go back and fine all these businesses, tell you it's illegal. What, a $10 trillion industry? So there's going to be a grand compromise. Regulation is going to be part of the space, but they're not going to be able to force you out of it. China is a autocratic regime, and they have forced people out. But guess what? It still goes because it's on the internet. It's impossible to stop. You just need to circumvent it. So Chinese people just go abroad. So they just have it in Singapore, and they hold it in Singapore. They own the Apple. access it via Singapore, they go back to China. There's nothing they can do. The Chinese are trying to introduce their own central bank digital currency, and what they're actually trying to do is stamp out capital flight out of the country.
Thank God for my right
excess
camera.
speculation on leverage, which China's got a historical problem with. So it's not that they're anti-crypto, it's they're currently anti how it's being operated within the system.
At the stop sign,
Do you think the Federal Reserve Bank would ever try to create their own cryptocurrency?
Yes, for sure. Be called a central bank digital currency. It'll most likely run on one of the private stablecoin rails like Circle or Paxos or one of these. And it will not be a full cryptocurrency with a limited supply, because that's not the central bank's job. The central bank's job is to vary the supply of money to help drive the economy. So it'll just be probably a blockchain
Thank you.
version of fiat currency of the US dollar.
Bless you too.
Which means that I can send you money instantaneously. We get around all of that. We've got proof of the money and its transfer and where it's gone and the storage and all of these things. And they get to build in KYC and AML into all of the network. And so that helps velocity of money. It destroys middlemen. It makes the business of money much more frictionless. But it's not a cryptocurrency in its own right, because that's kind of the opposite of what central banks do.
On more of just kind of like a world level, what would happen then if the Fed starts losing their power or control over money? Like, what does that mean for society?
What it means for
Alright, let's pick up this order. Kebab house. forever to get the freaking order today.
One Poplar Street. Head northeast on East Main Street.
The mysterious death of Brittany Murphy. Once a beloved rising star, the clueless actress collapsed at home at 32.
That's approaching 3 times the cost, after adjusting for inflation.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Broadway Street, then turn right onto Mansfield Boulevard.
And as students logged into class from home in the pandemic, few schools offered discounts. President Biden wants to make it more affordable to get a degree.
At the light, turn right onto Mansfield Boulevard.
Public colleges and universities would be tuition-free for families earning less than $125,000.
The president and his allies argue that the federal government should do more to help students. But research says that federal programs meant to help students pay for college have actually made higher education more
At the light, turn right onto Chestnut Street, then turn left onto East Main Street.
The story begins on the balance sheets of public four-year schools, like the University of Oregon. In 2020, the university spent more than $975 million.
At the light, turn left onto East Main Street. In 2.3 miles, turn right onto Poplar Street.
Dollars on operations. That includes wages for professors and administrators, and upkeep on facilities. A school can pay for some of its spending by drawing on donations that are stored in an endowment, but endowments often have spending limitations. So the more important revenue streams for public colleges tend to be state funding and student tuition. But what happens with the former greatly affects the latter. Josh Mitchell covers economics for the Wall Street Journal.
What's happened over the years is that burden of paying for college has shifted from state taxpayers to the families themselves. And so now we're seeing that more and more schools are relying on tuition to get a bulk of their funding.
During recessions, many states opt to cut funding for universities. The lost revenue is made up by raising tuition or admitting more students, especially ones from out of state or overseas. This gives public schools like the University of Oregon an incentive to expand their profile, to attract not only in-state students, but also non-residents who have to pay higher out-of-state tuition fees. So they bolster their academic programs, and they add recreational perks like gyms and rock climbing walls.
You know, if you can make your campus more attractive by investing in these types of things that students like to do and make it a fun environment, like a Disney World environment, more students are going to want to go there. More students are going to want to apply.
I zoned out. Did the video say let's go, Brandon?
The power to raise tuition, and students will be willing to pay.
These amenities are making prices rise, but there are deeper factors at play.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny meme.
Concerns about tuition and the high cost of college have been around since 1900, and they really started to rise in the 40s and 50s. And so Congress comes in and they say, okay, well, we want to help people pay for college. We'll do it through student loans.
The federal government started financing the college system when Lyndon Johnson signed the Higher Education Act of 1965.
If we reject learning, we render ourselves dead to the past and lost to the future.
Since then, generations of leaders have approved changes to the act to influence how money flows into the college system.
When Congress created this program under the Higher Education Act, it gave schools an incentive to raise their prices. Because think about it, each student now has a voucher to pay for college. So this became a really big way for schools to make money through student loans. And so it gave kind of this perverse incentive.
In 1 mile, turn right onto Poplar Street.
Raise their cost. Instead of competing on price, a lot of schools actually learned they could actually charge more, not less, if they could convince their students that they were prestigious.
For example, say a student from California receives Pell Grants and loans from the federal government. They're free to spend that money at the school of their choice. Some students opt for an in-state education, but others can be lured by an attractive amenity or a key research program, and they can take those dollars out of state. This incentivizes schools to spend more on programs and facilities and ultimately charge more for tuition. But those increased costs affect every enrolled student, including those who are in-state. Dr. Gray Gordon at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond has studied what makes tuition prices rise so rapidly.
What we found is that the main drivers of college tuition inflation are demand-side factors, that is, things that increase willingness of students to pay for school.
Dr.
Go past this light. Then at the next one, turn right.
Gordon and his colleague studied the factors that increased average college tuition between 1987 and 2010. They found that increases in federal financial aid were responsible for more than 54% of all tuition prices.
At the light, turn right onto Poplar Street. Then turn right.
Rises observed in that period. In particular, a tweak to federal policies, first seen in 1993, greatly contributed to this increase.
Did you watch the meme for that, Princess?
Before 1993, only subsidized loans existed, so those were given out to students with demonstrated need.
Turn right, then turn left.
This one's closed, isn't it?
Turn left, then arrive at your destination.
How can we help you?
I have a DoorDash for Joey.
I need the number though.
It is, let me see here.
There's a 390.
263-890.
890, okay.
Yep.
Come on around, second window. Hi, DoorDash?
Yep.
263?
Yep. Alrighty. Thank you. Have a good night.
Arrived. Starting route to 134 West Manila Avenue. Proceed to Poplar Street, then turn right.
No McDonald's since high school. Well, good for you. I haven't had any in a while, too. It's not good for you, Princess.
Continue on to Poplar Street.
Everyone's addicted to ordering food.
Death Knight, yo! Sorry, I was... yeah, whatever. Don't forget to...
But yeah, the Let's Go Brandon meme is actually pretty funny. Just the whole context and everything. It's just downright hilarious.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto West Manila Avenue.
Whatever side of politics you fall on, it's still pretty fun.
Imagine having someone else do your books for you.
As your QuickBooks Live bookkeeper, I'll categorize expenses, reconcile accounts, and close your books.
Go past this stop sign. Then at the next one, turn right.
Your business stands into a QuickBooks Live bookkeeping.
Society is, it depends how they lose control. If they lose control quickly, it means
At the stop
you
sign,
can
turn right
see
onto
a
West Manila
hyperinflation
Avenue.
rate. That's when the value of your currency collapses because there's no faith in the currency. I think that's unlikely. I think the most likely outcome is just that
In
more
half a
people
mile, the
opt
destination is
out
Apple
on your
pie,
right.
yum.
financial system
134
into
West
this new
Manila
parallel
Avenue.
financial system. So that removes the power of the banks and it changes the landscape. So obviously the Federal Reserve and the SEC want to regulate as much of this as possible, but it becomes harder to do because it's so distributed. Nobody owns these things. Many of them, they just exist. And so who do you prosecute? What do you do? So they're going to have to
The destination is on your right. 134 West Manila Avenue. Arrived. In half a mile, turn left onto Poplar Street.
accept that money is going to be out of the system. And in my viewpoint, over time, it creates a competition between the central banks and these digital currencies to not debase your currency, because if you do, we now have an ability to vote that we don't like it. We did before with gold, and gold has always existed as a way out of the financial system.
Go past this stop sign. Then at the next one, turn left.
You know, you've obviously got Indian heritage, as do I, and Indians understand this completely at core, and it's for the very same thing, is the government can do what they want, but if I physically own my gold, it will protect its purchasing power over time. Proven. This is no different.
Interesting. So somebody here that's going to think, all right, you know, I need to take some of my cash and go into cryptocurrency. Do they just go in and buy, or should they wait for a dip or a dollar cost average? What do you think is the best way for somebody to start buying cryptocurrency?
So, psychologically, well, it's been sideways correcting actually. Pretty much, you know, Ethereum and Bitcoin reached their peak between March and May this year. So that means it's been correcting and storing up power for potentially the next move higher. So it's not a bad time to just put the money in. If you decide you've got a couple of grand you want to put in, now's a good enough time as any. then dollar cost average.
Stay in the middle
So
lane.
then start averaging in a bit of your paycheck and put it in to crypto. So then when it does sell off, you're buying. So you'll keep adding into the weakness and into the strength, and over time that strategy will work well if you're looking at a long-term point of view. I think it's probably a bit late to wait for a large correction because we just had one, which was a 50% correction over the early summer. So that was the time to really deploy into a correction. So I don't think you've got that opportunity. Sure, it could be full 20% and you could cheekily add some more, fine. Use your dollar cost averaging for that. But I'd be of the opinion that it's been correcting for so long and traded sideways for so long, it's a pretty good time.
What about DeFi? Can you talk about what DeFi is and how people are making money off of that? Because the whole concept is very new.
So right now, if you have a bit of savings, you stick it in the bank, you earn a big fat zero in interest. DeFi replicates how the banking system creates interest, which is people want to borrow stuff from you, lend stuff, and there's an interest rate for that. And there's another thing called staking, which is you put your coins to secure the
Getting
network.
a lot done while watching the stream. That's a good way to do it.
A yield by the network for doing so, some of the rewards of the network. And they generate yield. So the yields in the DeFi space, in the crypto space, are somewhere between, if you're just
Vanilla Avenue,
Bitcoin, it's about 3%. But if you're doing other things like staking or some of these yield plays, which have a little more risk, you're getting 8, 10, 15, 20% yields. So suddenly you get interest on your savings. Now, the safest way of doing it, in my view, is stable coins, because they're pegged to the US dollar. So there's a stable coin like Paxos, which I think is USD. That is a very secure underlying stable coin, run by world-class people with regulatory approval.
Presenting Kia's lineup of exceptionally capable, available all-wheel drive SUVs, backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Lease a new 2022 Seltos LX for $199 a month.
You can lend it out via an exchange or others for about 8%. So you've got US dollar, no price risk. You don't care whether crypto goes up or down. And you're getting 8% of your income. That dawned on me recently because a mate of mine took off some of his Bitcoin bet. And he suddenly sent me a WhatsApp saying, oh my God, I've just realized I'm not going back to the financial system. Now again, he's a lucky guy. He's got plenty of savings, he's got some income, you know, he owns his own house. But he took some money off, some profits, and then he put it in his stable coin, and he's like, I'm not getting 8% yield on my profits. He said, why should I go back to a normal bank? And I can transfer this instantaneously anywhere around the world. So DeFi is that. Now there's a lot of different protocols, and they're all complicated, and it's not an easy world to understand. There are relatively simple ways that you can do it with exchanges like Coinbase and Kraken and Binance and stuff like that. The DeFi protocols, you can also just own the tokens. So you find something like Aave or Compound, and you buy the token. And what you're saying there is you're going to take a bet that the network's going to grow, because people all want to use this new DeFi technology to generate yield, because the whole insurance industry, the pensions industry is all going to move into this space because the yields are better. So those tokens will go up. So that's another way of playing. It's just own the token. So if you don't want the yield, but you believe in this decentralized non-bank finance that's taking over the world, buy the tokens. But there's different ways of playing the space.
So in the first one that you just talked about, you buy a stable coin and you're essentially lending it out. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, you're essentially lending it out for people like market makers and other users, and there's a yield for that.
And they're paying 8% or so.
Correct.
Why are they doing that instead of going to the bank and borrowing at 3.5% or 4%?
Because they're in the crypto markets and nobody will lend them money.
So because the banks are not willing to lend them cash, US dollars at 4%, they have to go to the crypto market, borrow these stable coins, and they're willing to pay you 8% or more on your coins.
So, and here's another example. So in Asia, different world. So in Asia, a Malaysian exporter exporting goods to textiles to China. So what they need to do is, firstly, they need to source the cotton. So they buy that from India. They then manufacture this, sell it to China, and then the Chinese will make payment. Now here, if you've got a problem, is you've got Malaysian ringgit, the Chinese yuan.
Continue.
If you try and do that currency transaction, it's going to cost you about 10%. You're paying middlemen. Then the central bank requires all sorts of other regulation because they've got capital controls. So basically it's about a 15% cost. Now in a textile business, the margins aren't that high. So if you can go to use a stable coin instead, send instant payment or get paid by the Chinese instantaneously, and with the currency transaction included, or you do it in US dollars and it clears in seconds, you have none of these problems. So they're saving 15%. So if it costs them 8% to borrow the stable coin, they'll do it all day because they're still making another 8% extra on top. So there's different reasons why people want access. The world is also not able to access dollars very easily. So, you know, if you're in India, for you to access dollars is not easy. So you're restricted in the number of dollars you can get access to. Well, stablecoins get around a lot of that. It makes it easy for, you know, for me to send money to family in India instantaneously, or them to get money out. Now, obviously, the Reserve Bank of India wants to regulate that to make sure that the capital doesn't flow out of the country too fast. But stablecoins are a way around it for a lot of people. Getting away around the slowness and the complications of global payment rails.
That's interesting because I think one of the issues people have is how long do I have to wait to get a return on my investment? And with this, now you can get paid while you wait.
Yeah, exactly. Now, and with Ethereum, let's say, they're moving to something called proof of stake, ETH 2.0. So proof of work is when you get, like Bitcoin, tons of computers solving complex algorithms to then say they solve the equation, they will get rewarded in Bitcoin. And that is how you make the network robust. Between that and the nodes on the network, who are the people who are kind of recording the blockchain. With proof of work, that's slow and expensive. With proof of stake, what you do is I own some ETH, I pledge it to the network, and that secures the network, and in exchange, I get paid a yield. So now I'm sitting on my Ethereum, what I would have done anyway, and I get paid a yield to do that. If you own gold, you get paid 0 yield. So, okay, this is like gold with a yield. Okay, that's interesting too. I mean, every time you look at this from every angle, all of this space, it becomes kind of the vastly superior asset to anything you've seen. Because it's like gold, owning gold with a yield, but it has the return profile of a successful startup, and it's a new disruptive business model that's eating the world, and the world's smartest people are involved in it, and it's a network of money. I mean, what is there not to love?
I mean, is that kind of like what saving your money in the bank used to be like, or is supposed to be like, where you have cash and you put it in the bank and you get an actual return on your money? It's kind of like that.
So when my dad retired back in 2000, I got him to stick all of his savings in, he lived in Spain, so in European government bonds. 5% yield. He knew what he had. Problem is they ran out after 10 years, they mature. Where were they then? 2%. What that means is his income had more than halved the next time around. And then the next time, if we were alive today, it would have been 0, in fact negative.
At the next light, turn left.
So all of his income has been entirely wiped out, so he now has to eat his savings. So that is what the change in the system has been. And he's anchored on the past of the 80s, where he was getting 10% interest. That was the calculation. You put your money in the bank, get 10% interest. I never saw that, you know, because I was the 90s and 2000s, and interest rates went from kind of 6% in my lifetime to negative.
Turn left onto Island Avenue.
So, yeah, that's what the world used to be like, is you put it in a bank, because they use your money. They use your money and they should pay you for it, but they don't. And so what happened in Europe, and it happened in Cyprus first, is the bank went bust.
Turn right onto Churchill Street.
And they took all of the savers' money. Anybody with over 100,000 euros. So therefore, you're putting it in a bank, accepting the risk of the bank going bust, which historically was not the case, and then not paying you for it. That's the definition of insanity. I'd rather take the risk of something going wrong in a stablecoin or a DeFi protocol and getting paid for the risk than not.
Turn left onto Frederick Street.
Yeah,
then
and
turn
I think
right onto Palace Way.
it goes back into the Federal Reserve Bank there, because then you got the FDIC coming in and insuring your deposits. But what does that really mean? Because if the bank goes under and the Fed has to print more money to cover your deposits, well, then that devalues the value of each dollar that you had saved in the bank in the first place.
Correct. Again, another great use case of why crypto is so different.
Turn right.
It's complete antidote to the mess we've got ourselves into.
The last thing I want to talk about are NFTs, because this has been very popular. I think young people kind of understand what NFTs are because they've been kind of growing up with video games and buying things in video games. What are NFTs? How do they work? And how can someone make money on them?
So if you remember, we talked about Ethereum and the smart contract. An NFT is a smart contract that holds a digital asset currently. It'll go to physical assets as well, but mainly digital assets. Let's say a piece of art. That was the first use case that really blew up. So, as everybody knows from skins and games and everything else,
at least I have the opportunity to learn a lot of stuff, watching videos too, while doing this.
Head southeast on Fair Oak Street, then turn left onto Irwin Place. At the stop sign, turn left onto Irwin Place, then turn left onto Frederick Street.
these things are transferable. The problem is, in gaming worlds, you can't transfer it from one game to the other because they weren't on a blockchain.
Turn left onto Frederick Street.
So they
then
weren't
turn right onto
fungible
Churchill Street.
elsewhere. But this, you've got something that is transferable to anybody, and it's a piece of digital property. The world is learning very fast that digital property has value.
At the stop sign.
So imagine the skins that you have in Fortnite.
At the next stop sign.
Well, I've just been seeing Dolce & Gabbana and Balenciaga developing 4K, skins within the Unreal Engine for Epic Games.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable. And I could then wear that in the metaverse.
Oh my god.
What am I gonna pay for that? Probably a lot of money, right? Because it's rare as hell, and I own the original.
Stop sign.
So
turn right onto Island Avenue.
Yeah. So and then there's all of these communities that are building up, like Bored Ape Yacht Club and CryptoPunks, where you're kind of self-identifying yourself with the community by owning one of these tokens, of which there's a limited supply, and then they're kind of saying, well, we've now got you all together. What should we do with the community? So it's like building a business from the ground up with no particular plan. Really interesting experiment, social experiment.
Dashing and learning.
So there's all sorts of things. But
and
how the hell do you navigate this? And the answer is...
That's the best of both worlds right there. Earning and learning.
I don't know. Because it is hard, because there's so...
Can't spell earn without learn, and can't spell learn without earn. Sort of. No, I didn't mean to press that. Shit.
At the next light, turn left.
Have an iPhone? Now you can point, tap, pay at ExxonMobil stations. Don't have our app? Try our app clip. Just hold your phone to this sticker on the pump.
So much rubbish out there. The things that are
turn left onto Chartiers
clearly
Avenue.
valuable are clearly too expensive. So a CryptoPunk minimum price, the floor price is like $600,000. Some of the great digital art, people like Beeple are selling for millions. So it's already kind of happened super fast. So how do you play that? The easiest way? Own Ethereum.
Continue on to Chartiers Avenue.
And a little bit's on Solana now. And then if you find a community you like, and you engage with them on Discord, you find it good, give it a go. But don't bet the ranch on this, because a lot of this, 95% of the space is going to go to zero, and we just don't know what.
Yeah, the thing that I found interesting, personally, I don't buy art. I mean, unless I need something for my house, or I don't go out and buy expensive pieces of art just because I don't do that. But on the internet, it's a little bit different, because let's just say we're talking about an image. I can go to Google, find an image, right-click it, and save the image on my desktop. How is that different than now you might have paid, let's just say, $100,000 for an NFT, that actual image? How do you tell the difference?
So, start the simple way. I can go to the Louvre and take a picture of the Mona Lisa. What does that do to the Mona Lisa?
In 1.8
does it make the value go up or down?
Right onto West Carson Street.
It actually goes up, because it shows that people have a love of that painting, right? The more people that see that painting, the more that they value it, and the more this value is cemented. Bizarre, right? It should be the opposite. People should say, well, everyone can have the Mona Lisa, it should be worthless. Okay, then you'll say to me, no, but Raoul, it's paint. Right, well, we can copy the Mona Lisa. So why is that not worth the same? Well, really good forgeries can be worth tens of millions by mistake, but they're not worth the same as a proven original. Why? Because it has the signature. Authenticity is what humans value more than anything else. Right, the authentic thing is scarce. So on my wall here in my house in Grand Cayman, I have rock and roll photographs. Photograph? Sure, that's worthless. Anybody can have a photograph. Right click. No, but mine is signed by Mick Rock, one of the most famous photographers of all time in the space, and they're limited edition prints. So that makes them worth a few $1,000s. If I'd got the negative from Mick Rock as well, it's probably worth $50,000. So layers of authenticity are what humans absolutely love. So the right-click save to the desktop does nothing but build the value of the actual authentic one. Because if you own it, you've got bragging rights, and you can prove it. You can prove it to anybody. You can prove it in a court of law, in a divorce case. You can prove it anywhere you are in the world instantaneously that you own this, and this is what it this is what it's worth. That's powerful.
And so you're saying that Ethereum now, a lot of the NFTs are built off of the blockchain on Ethereum. And so one of the ways to kind of invest in NFTs, not necessarily own an NFT, is to own Ethereum.
So yes, so if you think of Ethereum as a relatively low supply cryptocurrency, and each one of these use cases is pulling crypto out of the market. The more of these things get built, the scarcer Ethereum is. So currently, because of the staking I talked about, because of the explosion of NFTs, because they're now locked onto an Ethereum on the blockchain, and because of the explosion of DeFi and other things that are going on, there's only 11% of all available Ethereum available to purchase. 11%. So that's basically $30 billion. It's a $300 billion protocol, or whatever it is today. A $300 billion protocol. So it's $30 billion. So Elon Musk could go in, take all the Ethereum out of the market. We know what happens in supply and demand terms, but what's going on is exponential demand from NFTs, DeFi, everybody's coming on, new investors, and the supply keeps shrinking every day. It only means price explosion, an exponential price explosion. You know, that's the most likely outcome. Now, I'm not giving investment advice, but I'm giving what my view is, and my view is, and where my money is that this ends up with dramatic upside.
Interesting. Now, the last thing that I want to ask you regarding that is actually a differing viewpoint, because you know, Ethereum obviously is very interesting. They have the blockchain technology, the NFTs, like you were just talking about. But what about all the debt that's in cryptocurrency? Like Michael Burry has come out and said very openly that the mother of all crashes is coming. Cryptocurrency is going to crash, and if you don't understand the amount of leverage that's in cryptocurrency, then you don't understand cryptocurrency at all.
And he doesn't understand how leverage works in crypto versus traditional markets. So right now, the most leverage people have is their house. If your house starts falling in price below your mortgage, you have what's known as negative equity. And it becomes harder to pay back your mortgage. What do you do? Well, at some point, you might try and sell your house and you can't sell it, and you're then losing more money, you're locking in losses. Or let's say you're trading a futures contract, which is how the financial market gives leverage to people. Well, you have something called a margin call. So you put some money up, but then you lose that money, and they kind of wire you for a margin call that you have to then settle the next day. Now, if the market crashes, you'll lose more than you put in, more than you could afford. You're going to entirely wipe yourself out. And that happens time and time and time again in the financial system. Why cryptocurrencies are different is they're 100% collateralized, which means that what you get in your leverage is an instant liquidation when you've got to the point that that your collateral is worth zero. So it basically automatically takes you out of unlimited losses. So you can only lose what you put in. So that's really different. So yes, there's a lot of speculative leverage in, particularly in Asia, but it can be wiped out in 2 days, 3 days, all out. Because everyone takes their loss, they're all forced liquidations, the price collapses, and that's it. No systemic risk. Now, 10 years time, when there's more leverage built in by other players, that may change. Right now, that leverage is instantaneous liquidation risk, big price spike, done. Well, if you think of what happened to Lehman Brothers and all of that, that was an ongoing nightmare of trying to get your assets back. Who owes what to whom, we have no idea. That never happens in crypto. Everybody knows who owns what to whom instantaneously. That's the magic here.
What if people are borrowing money externally? They're going out, let's just say refinancing their home, taking on credit card debt, using that money to go out and buy Ethereum and Bitcoin. Wouldn't that make the bubble bigger?
Yes, but they could be doing that for stocks and anything else. Now, I imagine that a $300 trillion, $150 trillion market cap of equities has more of a problem with that than there is with 150 million people in crypto. So, you know, there's billions who invest in equities. So No, that's just a humans being stupid with risk taking, and that will apply to all assets.
Right. Well, that was
yeah,
a wonderful
so it's
interview.
not a crypto thing.
I appreciate your time, Raul. Sorry for cutting off in the last sentence, but I don't want to take too much of your time. That was an amazing interview, very insightful about cryptocurrency. I'm going to put the link to realvision.com/revolution so people can learn more about cryptocurrency and Real Vision. Are there any last words or messages you'd like to leave?
No, I mean, that Real Vision Crypto, I built on purpose for free, because this is, if you can't tell from this interview, this is the single biggest opportunity any of us are ever going to be given. It's the most exciting space we've ever seen. And so I wanted to make sure the resources available for everybody to learn about all of the questions you were asking, and they're all on Real Vision Crypto, all the interviews with all of the best people. So just go to realvision.com/crypto/revolution and just sign up. Cost your email, and what you'll get in exchange is an immense education in this exciting new world.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're watching this video and you're interested in cryptocurrency, you need to go check that out, and I'll put it in the link in the description. Thank you so much, Raul. I really appreciate your time.
Not at all. Really enjoyed it. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
The destination is on your left. Arrived.
Place the fucking park. Yeah, the gaming crypto and NFTs or EFTs, whatever, are pretty interesting too. It's like a weird way, like in a game, you can acquire NFTs or items that have value or art value. It's like, why don't real games have this stuff? It's like all these people are gonna have these video games in the future where the stuff you earn actually might have monetary value that you can trade, and it's kind of like a stock and connected to a cryptocurrency and stuff. So yeah, interesting stuff. They're called pay-to-earn games. Alright, let me get this ordered. Does that guy have a...
Put progress in your portfolio. Invest in companies with potential for
across to everybody. It's get involved in that.
You are so right. It's like we just discovered Earth. It's like here it is. It's untouched, unclaimed, ready for you.
And what is it going to look like? What does it do? What societies can you build on it? We have no idea. And that's where becoming the macro investor becomes fun again. Because here we are with an even more unknowns. But the upside, as you've just pointed out, is gigantic. So what a world to play in. And it levels the playing field for everybody. Because if you think in this world, let's say we move education to the metaverse, which is a shoo-in guarantee.
Guaranteed.
So you are Harvard and you're in the metaverse and you're a kid from Ethiopia with no money or whatever university. Now you can compete on a level playing field because you don't need to go and live in the United States. Your relative cost of education could be less because Harvard can scale education better because education becomes a SaaS business. But not only that, any prejudice based on rate, height, anything, any prejudice at all disappears once you use an avatar.
That's true.
Everybody is equal. You have no idea who's the billionaire, who's the trash carrier, who's the kid living in the favela in Brazil, or who's the kid growing up in Greenwich, Connecticut. You have no idea. Okay, that is powerful. So then all jobs, because we're moving towards the digital world and software is eating the world, all jobs go into this metaverse because it becomes a profound driver of GDP or a new GDP. So therefore, you're going to open up opportunities to people who've never had these opportunities before. That's already happening, and that's just started. That's really the last 2 years in the gaming world. When you've added money into it, you're starting to change lives. It's barely started because people still think of the game. This is not the game. Life is going to be the game. So I think that crypto is the life raft, the Noah's Ark. Right? That's where we can move our savings and a financial system across in a migration, because we've learned that we're not going to see a collapse. We're going to see a debasement of our savings. So we'll see them destroy it over time with the tail risk, the smaller probability that everything blows up. So given that, we'll all start migrating across. So you and I have migrated across already, and more of our savings and our transactions and our reliance goes into this new crypto world. Okay, that's fine. That's the saving. That's, if I can get one message across to everybody, it's get involved in that world first. I know most people here are involved in the metaverse in some way or understand it. But first is the crypto step. Without that, there is nothing. So now we've decided we're humans and we know how to screw everything up. We can now create a new world without sovereign borders, because by the end of it, you will lose faith in government. In what format doesn't mean riot in the streets, but you'll want to create your own societies. Now with tokens, cryptocurrencies, you can have your own currency for your particular community. You can have a token that represents your role in that community, and so now you're living in a sovereign state that is not a sovereign state. It is a complex adaptive society with a system of money that's happening in a digital world. So this now becomes the future world where you can redo over mistakes or create a world that you want. Now, what's interesting about the metaverse, it's infinitely expandable. So we can both live in different metaverse experiences and never the twain shall meet. Now, which is good and bad. I mean, most of us actually like mixing with humanity. Sometimes we don't, because social media has polarized us. This tribalism online has polarized us. But you can, if you've got a system of money and the world is now digital, you can do anything. So I don't think of it as the savior. I think of it as where it goes when we recreate the world, which is like it's the Americas. The Europeans kind of had enough of what was going on in Europe, and they created a new life, and that was the Americas. And this is our opportunity. The reason why macro people get this pretty quick is we look at the past, look at our behavior, make predictions that humans are going to do the same things again. So to put the crypto thing in perspective, this is really important. 1997.
Today's episode is sponsored by iTrust Capital, the #1 crypto IRA platform in America. We allow you to invest in your favorite cryptocurrencies without worrying about taxes. That's right, iTrust Capital allows you to buy and sell your favorite cryptocurrencies completely tax-free. That means if you invest $10,000 into Cardano and it grows to $100,000, all of your profits are tax-free. Why is it tax-free? We took the existing retirement account industry and flipped it on its head. Instead of boring stocks and bonds, you can invest in crypto. How is it secured? Through Coinbase Custody, one of the leading cold storage providers with a $320 million insurance policy to protect against theft, hacks, and loss of funds. Roll over your existing retirement account or even start a new one from scratch. Questions? Schedule a free call with one of our crypto retirement account specialists, and they can help you discuss your options. Start your crypto IRA today and retire early, only at iTrust Capital. Click the link in the description to open a free account now.
1997, there's 150 million internet users. This is the fastest growing technology the world has ever seen. Just come on the back of mobile phones as well, which were less but growing fast. But the internet exploded that. But the internet was growing 63% a year. We'd never seen anything like it. We're all aware of it because everybody listening to this has been involved in it and everybody sees it. Then crypto comes along. 2021, it's been growing at 113% a year. It's got 150 million users, the same as the internet in 1997. It's growing at twice the speed. It is by far and away the fastest adoption of any any technology in all human recorded history. If you extrapolate the maths very simply, you're at 1 billion people by 2024, and you're at 3.5 billion by the end of the decade. We have no comprehension how fast this is moving.
Do you see the world of finance finally keying in on this? Are there still people being like, no man, that's crazy, stop, put down the bong and, get back to reality?
I live in a bit of an echo bubble because, I'm a very well-known person in this particular space. But when I step out of it, the reality seems about right is 20% of people understand any of this. Even just the cryptocurrency, let alone the metaverse, forget that. But just at crypto level, it's probably 20% of non-cynics, and 80% are still either on the fence or don't even know about it, or ignore it, or are angry at it. That's what adoption is. That's what Metcalfe's law is. It's more of all these people. When I look at that, I'm like, yippee! This 4x here in the number of people who need to come onto that network. What's the network worth? Well, it's going to be worth 50 or 100 or 500x from here. What you're going to get, and again, I don't think your industry is ready for it.
Probably
is not. You're going to get a gigantic infusion of talent from people you never dealt with. But when you get and it's going to be like creating the Americas, and suddenly a bunch of economists turn up, go, how can I help? And a bunch of finance guys, and then a bunch of crypto guys, and a bunch of people in education, and a bunch of people doing this, and all of these people are going to gravitate to your world. So, I've always thought, somebody like Epic Games is going to be, the next, $5 trillion company, because it's, so I'm a macro guy, so we go back to the beginning of our conversation. I'm looking for gigantic trends. So here we've talked through why the culmination of all of these things ends up in the metaverse, which is the final state, of which we don't know what that's going to be, right? But to place your bets there is, we just don't know the time length, but we can see how fast it's going. And the curve is exponential, so it's going to come much faster than we imagine. And it's still underpriced as a kind of whole asset class, thinking about anything in the metaverse, that people are going to get phenomenally rich for having spent the last 10 years locked away in their bedrooms building stuff for passion. And that's great.
It's funny because I will literally, at that moment in time, message every parent who ever asked me if their kids were wasting their time going into this as a field, as being someone to do as a profession. And it's so fascinating to hear this from you, because one thing that I find interesting is that Epic Games, Unity, those are literally the operating systems of the future that are taking place right now. That is your Windows, that is your Mac OS, happening right in front of us. And literally, these businesses are generating completely new industries and new expertise that, when learned by an individual in any walk of life in any part of the world, can basically have a social economic mobility that their parents and generations before never had. That is what's exciting to me about this. It truly is, to me, the next stage of globalization. It's the one in which parity comes in, and in which fairness is all possible and it's all transparent. But ultimately, in the end, it's just the expression of humanity finally reaching that apex where we can all create and we can all benefit.
Everybody talks about things that you should not on, which is your health. Is my time, personal luxury. Let's talk about money for a second. But if you don't have these things, then this month.
My father's Punjabi from the north, and he grew up in India, moved to England when he was about 18, 19 years old. I lived in India, in Calcutta, when I was a kid. Went to school for a short period of time, about 18 months. And, you know, I go backwards and forwards to see family all the time and take my wife there, go traveling. I have a huge passion for India. What interested me really about India, I was seeing my cousin, and my cousin runs a branch of a very large American business in India, in the mobile phone market. And this was a few years ago. I said, what's going on, you know, India, what's happening? And he said, there's something big going on in the mobile phone market. I said, okay, what's going on? Now, we'd seen that India had the fastest adoption of mobile phones in history. But he said, there's these guys, Reliance Jio, that have kind of done something weird, which is they've taken over the market. I'd also noticed the demonetization of India, the start of Aadhaar, and the UPI system, India Stack. And then when he explained what Reliance were doing, and then I saw what they've done to basically give mobile data to everybody in India, so India now consumes more mobile data than anybody else, I realized that all of these trends were about to come together, which is obviously India is a tech center anyway, has a huge amount of, you know, highly educated engineers and, you know, all sorts of stuff, but you're giving them a platform to develop fintech revolution, because you've networked everybody on mobile phones, then you create a digital system of money, and then crypto's coming on top. So I'm like, okay, this is going to be enormous, what is happening to India. Because it's going to, you know, as we know, India's got a bunch of crumbling infrastructure. It's doing a good job updating it all. We've seen almost all the airports are now done. The railroads are getting done, but there's a lot to do. The roads, you know, every time you go to India, there's more and more and more roads being built. But all of that means that the future for India is incredibly bright, and I think it's going to be the powerhouse economy of this decade.
Doing this conversation, Bitcoin has reached its all-time high, right? So it's like amid this supply chain issues, you know, and all these inflation fears, right? The crypto wave has continued, right? And now Bitcoin is topping up $65,000, which is recording its all-time high. So what are your thoughts?
What is going on is network adoption. So we talked a little bit before about how fast mobile phones, mobile data were adopted in India. Actually, the fastest adoption of any technology in all history was the internet. So back in 1997, the internet had 150 million users and was growing at 63% a year. So now in cryptocurrencies, we have about 150 million users, the same, but it's growing at 113% a year. So this is the double the speed of adoption of any technology in all human history. And this is where India plays a role where, you know, Siddharth, what...
Copy and paste the strange yield farming strategy used by billionaire.
I'm never tired, never tired, never tired.
He's managed to achieve with WazirX.
More tired of life, more being of sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. More tired with the bullshit of life than anything. I mean, I'm achieving my goals, I'm getting my money, I'm doing what I gotta do, so whatever. Whatever. Thing is, if you put this kind of work in at a company,
In half a mile, turn left.
You're only
onto
paid by
Glenhurst
the
Road.
hour, no matter how much work you do or what kind of work you do. This is performance based. You know, you get paid per delivery, which is nice. So I'm getting $10 to $20 per delivery.
And others is you've seen massive adoption. In India, it's now the third largest country for adoption in the world, and we've only
Turn
just
left
started.
onto Glenhurst
And
Road,
that's
then turn right
maturing,
onto Leaside Drive.
as we've discussed, into the institutional space. People have realised that this is a bet on the future. It's not only just the store of value bet, which is
Turn
what
right
everybody
onto
first
Leaside
thought
Drive,
it was,
then
but this
take a sharp
broadening
left
idea
turn
of
onto Oakley Drive.
Ethereum and then cryptocurrencies in general, applications, protocols, NFTs, social tokens. I mean, the whole thing is now kind of gathering, snowballing
sharp
at an
left turn onto
accelerating
Oakleaf
pace.
Drive.
So
Then
really
the
exciting
destination is
time.
on your left.
So how do you see the adoption for Bitcoin and Ethereum? I mean, this is 2021 onwards. How do you see that?
So I look at the numbers on this. So if we just extrapolate the current rate of growth and assume it slows down. So as a cycle gets more mature, you slow down the rate of growth over time. So looking at that, we get to 1 billion people by 2024.
The destination
and
is on
4
your left.
billion by 2030. In terms
Arrive.
of market cap, I think the whole thing goes from 2 trillion.
Got a cash tip this time. Where I put all these quarters. Well, maybe electronic and cash. Alright, this is probably my last one.
Starting route. Head south on Oakleaf Drive, then take a sharp right turn onto Leaside Drive.
I mean, getting paid 17 something dollars to deliver this Taco Bell for like 20, 30 minutes of my time. I mean, that's not bad. These food delivery apps pay better than most of these shitty ass companies did in the past. Oh, that's a bad turn.
Take a sharp right turn onto Leaside Drive, then turn left onto Glenhurst Road. At the stop sign, turn left onto Glenhurst Road, then turn right onto Mifflin Road.
Mouth money.
Where we are today to $200 trillion to be in line with global equities or global bonds. So None
At
of
the
us
stop
have ever
sign,
faced an
turn
opportunity
right
where an
onto
entire
Mifflin
asset
Road.
class goes up 100x in 10 years. But that's what we've got on our hands. So we will see cycles.
In 3/4
There
of
will
a
be bear
mile, turn
markets, there'll
left
be
onto
bull
Lebanon
markets,
Road.
but they'll all be in that nice logarithmic trend of, over time, the adoption causing these markets to rise, which is why it's such an amazing opportunity for all of us.
Raul, so what are your thoughts on the very recent ProShares Bitcoin equity fund? So how do you
That's
see
right.
this?
So look, it's a step towards adoption, which is creating, because Americans particular, there's a lot of regulation about crypto. Most people
Jim,
are
this week
equity
I'll probably go
investors.
tomorrow.
That's quite
Yeah.
unique to the United States. And so this gives them access without having to learn to set up a wallet or do all the other things that the rest of us have gone through. And that's fine. And it's already seen the largest inflows of any ETF on record in the first day. We know there's a huge demand for this because the investment advisors have not been able to put their
At the next
clients
light,
in products and
turn
they've had to
left.
find other proxies. The issue is that this is actually a ETF on the Bitcoin futures. Now, Bitcoin futures can trade at a premium or a discount to Bitcoin itself. And we see this with other futures-based ETFs.
At the light, turn left onto Lebanon Road. In 2.4 miles, turn right onto Lebanon Church Road.
That tends to mean that over time they underperform because of the futures curve, the contango that happens. It basically means that the premium.
Yeah, I called my the company who deals with the garbage for my neighborhood, and they do recycling, but they don't give you a recycling can, which is odd. My father said for his neighborhood they give him a recycling can.
Ends up costing you money, and you're handing that money to the arbitrageurs, the traders and the hedge funds, who can buy spot Bitcoin and sell the futures.
I like the
contract
treadmill too.
and
I like a
capture
lot
the
of
difference, 'cause
exercises.
It's very attractive to do. So it's kind of suboptimal. It's not really what the space is about. The space is about democratization, giving people the power, but it's a start. We've got to get adoption somewhere. And if we can get regulators to start approving bits and pieces, first was the futures contract, then the ETF on the futures contract, next will be the ETF on spot, then there'll be a new set of regulation about owning cryptocurrencies. It just takes time, but it's a good step.
How do you see DeFi being shaping all these gigantic countries, like India? How do you see that?
My personal view is India is uniquely set up for this because of the integration of the digital currency system that you already have. You don't. I mean, there will be a stable. There will be a central bank digital currency for India as well. How that integrates with UPI, no idea. But the point being is Indians are now very used to sending money around on their mobile phone instantaneously and making instantaneous payments. And that UPI system allowed people to build fintech layer on top. In fact, that was a stated ambition of the government. So here you are, this incredible decentralized finance that's going to give access, lending and borrowing to hundreds of millions of
turn right
Indians
onto Lebanon
seamlessly
Church
on their
Road.
mobile phone. That's incredibly powerful. Indians have a propensity to own gold. They always have. It's a historical thing. But the young millennials in India, who are by far the largest population, well, they will still see the value in digital money. And if they can get yields on it,
I'd have
they
to
can
get my
lend it
own.
out, they can stake it. I mean, that's far superior than creating jewelry out of the gold.
So if I want to be a good person and recycle, I gotta pay more of my own money for a recycling bin. It's probably only $10 to $20, but still.
Hoping that maintains its value. So, I think India's pretty uniquely set up for this.
So moving on to my next questions, I think the governments all worldwide are researching for the central bank digital currencies right now. Now, do you think we are headed into the right direction with the central bank digital currencies?
Our role is not to
Then at
just
the next
complain
one,
about
turn
it.
right.
It's happening.
Yeah.
I interviewed the chief fintech officer for the Monetary Authority of Singapore on Real Vision last week, Supnendu, another Indian, and he's like, it's coming, and
At
it's
the light,
happening,
turn
and we
right
are going to
onto
use
Lebanon
programmable
Church
money,
Road, then turn
and we
left.
think there's a lot of benefits for it. And Singapore's actually talking to India about how to create the system and the transfer payments between the two countries. So it's coming. A lot of people fear it because this is not crypto. This is a fiat currency. Look, governments want their taxation and they need a more effective system of money because most countries don't have
At the light, turn left.
things get
Then
stuck in
turn
the
right
banking
onto
system.
Mountain View Drive.
This is going to solve some of that, and it gives governments the ability to integrate fiscal policy and monetary policy together. So they could give wealthy people a certain tax rate
Turn
and
right onto Mountain
less
View
wealthy
Drive,
people
then
another,
turn
but
right.
at source. Or you could do it with
Turn
stimulus
right.
checks or whatever
Then
it
turn
is,
right
right?
into
It
the
gives you
parking
the
lot.
ability to use behavioral economics in fiscal and monetary policy
Turn
and
right
become
into the
more
parking
defined
lot.
because central banks just cutting rates or printing money is a very blunt tool. So I actually think it's good. Governments obviously will abuse it because that's what governments do. But really what it's doing at a top level, if you stand back and say, what is the macro picture? The macro picture is governments have accepted the blockchain is the future of money, and they want their money to run on the same technology, for the advantage they want from it. And therefore, they're going to integrate with this crypto world because they're all part of the same world, which is the digital value layer for the internet. And as long as they get their fair share of taxes, they're going to be fine with it.
Right.
And also, some countries, India has the issue with a slightly closed capital account. So they don't want everybody to take their money offshore immediately. So those are the two issues. Is some countries have a closed capital account, so they want to restrict some of the flow of capital, and the other one is just make sure they get their tax.
Turn right, turn right, turn right, then turn right.
Where do you think we are with Bitcoin, with adoption, and kind of from a market structure standpoint?
So, Bitcoin from a market structure has been incredibly bullish. The pattern now, the chart pattern looks very similar to a smaller version of the one from March to June 2020, where it exploded. We've had this lovely corrective phase. We see all the on-chain stuff. William Clemente, and Willy Woo, and all those guys showing that it's all going into good, strong hands. We had the China FUD. We've had a bunch of FUD. This usually, and there's no guarantees, usually October, November, December is ridiculously good, particularly at this point in the halving cycle. So structurally, it looks amazing. So, okay, who are the buyers here? So most people who got into crypto came in via Bitcoin. That's always the case. It's the big daddy asset, and then people move out the risk curve, and that's pretty normal. So who's the next big buyer of Bitcoin? It's pretty clear to me who they are. It is the ongoing institutions. I mean, that just keeps going, and I think we'll see an acceleration in that, particularly if the price breaks out, because everybody's like sheep. They always want to follow each other. Secondly, it is the coming ETF. It's definitely going to, well, definitely, I don't know that, but I just have a very strong feeling it comes in the next, over this October, November, December period, and that will drive a huge amount of money in the space because it allows RIAs to allocate and ordinary individuals in a way that they can easily understand. And finally, I think we're starting to see noise from the sovereign wealth funds. So I know some of them, and I've talked about this before with you, is some of them are already allocated, but I think we're going to start to see more sovereign wealth activity in the space.
Ethereum and the Ether asset?
So Ethereum, again, the charts look absolutely astonishing. The on-chain activity, the adoption is by far the largest of anything in this space. So it's huge what's going on. The move towards ETH 2.0 means that, at a simple level, everybody's going to stake everything they've got to get it there. And so that takes all the coins off the market. There's about 11% of all ETH in circulation. So it's almost unbuyable. So you bring a whale into the market, the price just explodes. So I've never really seen a setup as good as this in that respect. So I think it's a very high quality bet for the time being because of all of this stuff that's either off exchange, being staked, and there's no free supply, and demand keeps going exponential. So I like ETH overall. What's interesting is we're starting to see institutional adoption. So I spoke at Cowen's big event, and it wasn't about Bitcoin. It was solely about Ethereum, which took me by surprise. That's the first one I've done. It's kind of been referenced in other ones,
But here I am now speaking to investment banks when they're asking me to come and talk about Ethereum and just skipping Bitcoin, saying, well, we assume you know Bitcoin, but here's another opportunity. So I think there's a lot more adoption to come in that space, and I think there's going to be ETF there too. And again, with this really restricted supply that's going on because of ETH 2.0, I think it drives prices a lot.
When you think about the institutions that are thinking about or talking about Ethereum and Ether, is it because they've already allocated to Bitcoin, or do you see some of them coming in and they're basically actually skipping over Bitcoin?
I think there are some that are skipping over Bitcoin because they get their head around it in a different way, because they think of it as a way of playing the entire technology of the space. It's hard for many of these institutions to stomach the narrative, the Bitcoin narrative of a store of value that central banks are destroying the world and a lot of this stuff, because that kind of goes against a bit of their business model. But Ethereum doesn't feel like it's attacking them as much, because it's like, here's a space and we're building decentralized finance on it, and everybody can participate. It doesn't feel.
Just a moment.
Sure, let me know when you're ready.
I have a Grubhub for James.
You can pull forward.
Thank you.
Arrived.
Feel that they have to change their internal narratives. Some are finding it just a bit easier to get their heads around what it is without kind of going against or kind of exposing the Wizard of Oz, which is the central banks and what they're doing to currencies overall.
We need a Bitcoin price prediction by end of year, and I need an Ethereum price prediction by end of year. What do you got for us?
I was doing some work on this on the weekend for Global Macro Investor. I'm kind of a little bit overly bullish right now. And I think the cycle, well, no, because that's not fair, because I was looking at the cycle itself. I think Bitcoin somewhere north of 200 and ETH closer to 15K. But I think we finished the cycle with Bitcoin close to 400 and ETH closer to 40,000.
No way.
All right, so you think by end of year, we've got Bitcoin 200K or so, we've got ETH at 15K. You think end of cycle, which in your opinion, it sounds like kind of February, March of next year.
Something like that, yeah.
Bitcoin's 400,000 and ETH is 40,000.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people watching who hope you're right.
I bloody hope so too. It's not like I haven't backed my own bet, so my money's where my mouth is. Now, we don't know how the cycle's going to play out now. What's going to happen in the, in the bear market? When does that come? Does it come in the same structure? I do think it probably decouples to a certain extent, because I think the adoption is going to be.
My old high school buddy, a 32-year-old college dropout idiot, uses yield farming to outperform the world's best hedge.
Really quite big, so that lowers, as a network gets more adopted, the volatility lowers. So I think we're going to see that this time around, and it will decouple. I also think the cycle goes on longer, just because of two key factors. One is ETH 2.0 will probably be, I think, the end of the cycle, because everybody will, once it unlocks, people will sell some of their ETH that they put in for the staking. I think that's a pretty common thing to do. That happens probably around tax season as well, so people realize gains. And then in addition, I think the ETF will have come out at that point, and a lot of the pent-up demand will be in, and then we'll have to deal with a bunch of people who don't yet realize how to deal with the 70, 80 vol asset. It's, and you've spent a long time.
Yeah, you've seen me do orders for Chipotle. I get orders for all kinds of restaurants. I have a bunch of food at home. I get the urge to try not to order something too while doing this. I mean, if I need to eat, I could probably order something, but I try not to. I really wanted to try that Taco Bell chicken sandwich. I should have ordered that just so I could try it and have something extra to eat.
doing this, we all have, is to teach people how to hold, how in a network adoption effect model, you will get volatility, but is more than compensated by price if your time horizon is long enough. And we're going to have to teach all of these RIAs this, because they're all going to panic out. So, there's a lot of work for us all to do to get people to understand how to deal with high vol assets and what it means as well, what it could mean if they do hold on.
I've got two of my brothers here with me, and they got a couple of questions as well. What do you guys got?
Hey, Raul, thanks for doing this. I appreciate you coming on. So my question would be just kind of around the total market cap of all crypto assets and cryptocurrencies. So we're at around 2 trillion today. If we were to kind of fast forward 5, 10, 15 years from now, where do you think this number can go, and kind of how do you get there?
So I think it goes very interesting. I've just got a chart of adoption of the internet, and crypto maps it beautifully, except the internet was growing at 63% a year when it had 150 million users, which crypto has now. So it was growing at 63% a year, crypto's growing at 113%. So this is double the adoption rate of the fastest adoption of technology in all recorded history. So we've never seen anything like this.
Starting route. Proceed to Mountain View Drive, then turn left.
Extrapolate the maths, you get out to 1 billion people by 2024. So this is going to happen really, really fast. By the end of the decade, you're probably at 3.5, 4 billion people, so most of the world. So what does that mean for asset prices? Well, almost all the major asset classes, whether it's equities, bonds, real estate, they're all kind of in the 150 to 300 trillion dollar range. Now, we kind of know that most of those assets are going to go on the blockchain anyway, but let's ignore that. To put this where I think it's going, it's currently 2 trillion. I think a roughly fair value to fit in with the other asset classes is 200 trillion. So it's 100x. We've never had an asset do 100x of that kind of magnitude.
That's the Grubhub for James. It should already be paid. James L.
There you go.
Thank you. You too. Have a good night.
Turn left onto Mountain View Drive, then turn left.
In all recorded history. We've never seen it before. None of us have lived through this. So this is, I think, going to be the largest
At the
generation
stop sign,
of wealth
turn left,
that the world has seen.
then
in the
turn
shortest
left
period.
onto Lebanon
When you
Church
think
Road.
about the metaverse, you started to kind of go down that path a little bit. I know that you're really excited about this. Where do you think
At the light,
one,
turn
that
left.
kind of starts to really permeate society, and then also two, how do you think about it from an investor seat in terms of how to get exposure to it for your own portfolio?
I think if it's the ongoing process, the fact that you and I, we're now living digitally, and me seeing you,
In
I'm gonna have
2.6
trips
miles,
with
turn
friends
right
or two.
onto Pierre plus Autumn Road.
It doesn't bother me, right? So we've now moved a massive step into the digital world, where just meeting our friends or meeting people we know can happen over video link, and we don't really care, much like that happened with mobile phones and phones before that, and television and all of these things. So this is an ongoing move into the digital world. And then it accelerates because you start to see the rise of cryptocurrency, and that enables these ecosystems to develop into these rich worlds where you can create value, exchange value, own things. So this creates the other layer. Then the layers on top of that come 5G, distributed computing power, and a bunch of other things that are going to scale that faster. So once you've got the computing power, because right now most of our computers are not gaming computers, so we can't render in the speed we need to render, so we get left with crypto voxels and Decentraland being clunky, and all of the cool kids are on Epic Games and they've got 4K, but we don't have the computing power to do it. All of that is going to change. So all this is, the metaverse, it gets thought of in so many ways. For me, it's like our digital fluidity, where we can live and move around in this digital space, interact with our physical space, whether it's through augmented reality, virtual reality, just normal kind of digital world, and we can kind of create lives within it. So we're creating income streams. We're seeing that with Axie Infinity right now. Or we can be educated in the metaverse that kind of levels the playing field. I mean, you can be a kid in Ethiopia and you can therefore now get educated on the same playing field as somebody in the United States, because we have access, and you can be in the same classroom and get to talk to them. So just things everywhere are going to change because of this, and you know it's going to happen because everybody from Microsoft to Facebook to Apple have basically said this is the bet. It's augmented reality, virtual reality, the metaverse. You know, I spoke to the head of metaverse who knew there was one at AWS, and they're building out the computing power and the cloud storage abilities for all of these massive compute needs, right? So it's happening. Now, the battle is going to be, as ever, the same battle, decentralized versus centralized.
Turn right onto BA,
and as ever, it'll be a mixture of both, and we get to choose. But that's all coming, and that's a hugely exciting thing, and people haven't really figured this out yet. But again, it's going to be an enormous generator of wealth as the world moves into the digital world.
That's a Chromebook with built-in virus protection, so you can click with confidence. With no
Man,
more
Princess,
risk.
you've been with me like the entire time, and KZ and nobody else didn't stop even once.
And a lot more peace of mind. Move along, viruses. Switch to built-in virus protection. Switch to Chromebook.
Meet Fidelity Spire, a free app that helps you set your goals, prioritize them, and reach them faster.
Go past this
Everything
light.
to help you save
Then at the
and
next
invest
one, turn
smarter.
right.
Why should people care about cryptocurrency now, and how is cryptocurrency going to change the world?
You don't start with a small question, do you?
No, we go right in.
Why should they care? This is the fastest level of adoption of any technology in all recorded history. So the internet grew from 1990 to 2000 at 63% a year. In 1997, there was 150 million users of the internet.
I want to know, what is your overall kind of overlook of the altcoin market right now?
So how I think about it is, when you start a bull market, you own Bitcoin, then you start overweighting ETH, and then what happens is everything that's riskier starts going up more. So these are things that are earlier in their adoption cycle, and then the super risky stuff like NFTs. So that's how bull markets always work. So what I did is I said, listen, I'm going to own some Bitcoin and some ETH, and I, over time, have moved more of my allocation to ETH. But I bought a basket of stuff. I said, I don't know whether Polkadot, Cardano, Solana, whatever's going to outperform, so I just did a basket equally weighted, and then I've been watching it. And so it's done really well. I put it on the beginning of the year, it's up, I don't know, 150% or so, and now I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to start concentrating the bets in the ones that I think in this last quarter, where I think the big bull market lies, those outperformers are the ones you really want to back. So that's kind of how I've been thinking about it. I did the idiot's portfolio first, which is like, I don't know, because it's hard to know what's, it's hard to know. So that was the idiot's way. Then I started looking at seeing, okay, what's getting adopted.
What is your thought about Cardano from a functional standpoint and also a price standpoint?
So, we've had Charles Hoskinson a few times on Real Vision. I like the project. I think it's very interesting. We really
What you're looking
see
for
more
on
network
Amazon.
options.
Yeah.
So it's early stage for me still. So, the price is going up. It's doing well. There's a big community behind it. So that gives you one side of the network. We need to see more use cases outside of the Ethiopia case that's being talked about a lot. So, I own some, and I'm just waiting to see, really, is it going to start getting a lot of traction, people building stuff on it? I know people are waiting for the smart contract side. So, maybe it's not the biggest outperformer in this cycle, but, if it survives this cycle and continues to get adoption, it'll probably do very well in the next cycle.
Yeah, so very interesting. You've had Charles on a few times. I've had Charles on a couple times on my channel as well. I love Charles. I feel like he's somebody that he's a straight shooter, and you always get his real opinion on things, which, I love. There's a lot of people out there that aren't like that. You got to kind of dice their words and find out what they're getting at. But with him, he's straight up. And I think that you make a really good point about the ecosystem not being there yet, because it doesn't really exist yet. I mean, we've got placeholders for DEXs and exchanges and wallets. We have placeholders, but they're not on the Cardano network yet because Cardano network doesn't have smart contracts yet. But what I would say on that is very interesting. If we were to go back to 2017 and we were to look at Ethereum, it would look the exact same way. I mean, it wasn't until late 2017 when we had ERC20s at least around mid 2017, I believe, maybe a little bit before that. But it wasn't until 2018 that we really started seeing dApps, and we really started seeing decentralized exchanges. They didn't really start popping up until 2019. So is there not like a little buyer? Do you think people could be in for buyer's remorse, really? I mean, because certainly, like, you probably wish you had bought Ethereum in 2017 or 2016. Isn't actually not having a big ecosystem yet and still having the hype and excitement for Cardano, do you think that could actually be a good thing?
Which is why I own it. It's exactly that reason. Is I own it because there's a lot of investors in it, and if the ecosystem builds out, it's going to do incredibly well. And as you say, maybe it rallies into that, as everyone knows smart contracts is the issue. So that's everybody knows. So therefore, when smart contracts come out, it's kind of like, okay, well, that's what we've been waiting for. We know it's coming. It's like the ETH 2.0. We know it's coming. Yeah. There's too many smart people working on it for it not to happen. So yeah, I agree. I think you're right. It probably goes up significantly.
Looking for a mini fridge.
Let's fast forward. I want to talk about XRP. Do you have any thoughts on first the lawsuit and what maybe that has, what effect that can have on crypto in general, and then what do you see for XRP?
Unfortunately, I think we totally agree with each other. XRP is a great risk reward, right? The lawsuit, we've seen every lawsuit, every single one has been a fine.
Everyone.
Slap on the wrist.
Turn right onto Edward Street, then turn left onto Sylvania Drive.
And these were events were a while ago. BitMEX, that's happening. We're going to see all of this. So I think it's
go
going to
past
be a
the
slap on the
stop
wrist.
sign.
They
Then at the
could have
next
looked like
one,
insecurity.
turn
There'll
left.
be no admission of guilt on either side. There'll be a payment of a fine, and then XRP is free to run. What's interesting about XRP is that
At the stop
there's a lot of
sign,
use cases
turn left
now.
onto
I know
Sylvania
lots of
Drive,
Bitcoin people
then
use
turn
it.
right onto Hillard Road.
I don't care. It's, are people using it? Yes. A lot more than most people realise. And what's amazing about this setup,
Turn right onto Hillard Road.
the exchanges, and it's not in the Bitwise ETF. The Bitwise ETF
In
is
1
now
mile,
billion,
turn right.
The Bitwise index is, the top 10 index is $1 billion. So the moment XRP is free, they have to buy a few $100 million of it, as everybody else can, because the exchanges will have it back. So you're setting up for a hell of a nice run if this clears up. Worst case, it doesn't. Worst case is, let's say, 50% downside. Best case is 10x from here. So I'll take a 50-to-1 risk reward for the next 3 to 6 months.
So let's talk about Solana though. Solana has just been massive run. 2 different pumps. Had a 90% pump a couple weeks ago, and now just had a 60% pump in the last few days. I mean, that's peak altcoin season numbers right there. But it will be kind of across the board. For Solana, this thing has just been ripping. What are your thoughts on Solana right now?
Solana, I think, is I wrote an article about this weekend. I've been looking at it, wasn't sure what to do with it, and then I think it's the ETH of this cycle. Remember the ETH of the last, ETH was the one that became the big new thing. I think it's this, because the pedigree of all the people involved in it, the speed of adoption is ridiculous. I mean, it's growing faster than ETH did at that point in the cycle. The number of applications, the ecosystem it's like somebody just sent me a chart of the ecosystem, there's like 300 people already working with Solana. It's like, okay, this is real, and this is happening at a speed none of us can get our heads around. It's kind of like everybody wanted Cardano to happen. Is that actually happening in Solana right now? As you say, doesn't mean Cardano doesn't over time, but Solana looks like it's going to win this, this cycle.
At the next light, turn right.
Coin that becomes a major.
So what other coins, what coins could we be looking at, do you think, that could be the next Solana or the next Cardano, or any other coins you
I've kind of like, I own a bunch of DeFi stuff, and I'm not that interested in it. It'll go up, and it's interesting because, it's great. It's disrupting the financial system. But I've been in the finance system for 30 years, so I don't really want to invest in another new finance system. So really what I've got interested in is
turn right.
Token. That, I think, is going to be the big one. And I don't think it's going to be the big one for this cycle. I think it's going to be the big one back in
Take a
5 years'
slight
time
left
and go,
turn,
"Oh
then
my
turn
God,
left.
There was zero chance you will not tokenize
Turn
your
left.
community.
Then the destination is on your left.
There's zero chance Eurovision will not tokenize. There's zero chance Disney will not tokenize its franchises, and maybe Disney itself. Facebook is already tokenizing via. So right now there's only 1 or 2 platforms to buy, and one of them is Rally. The other one is Chili's, which is tokenizing soccer clubs and sports teams. So there's not actually much there. So if you want to express your view,
The destination is on your
we'll
left.
get more over time as other people.
Arrived.
Flow is probably another one. The Dapper Labs product, Flow. So that's where I really think you can find bargains. I mean, Rally's like $150 million. If communities really start going, some of these communities are, what's the community of Disney worth?
Insane to think about.
Maybe $100 billion. What's Rally worth then? 150 million.
Starting route to home.
This will be straight on different protocols. Some of them will be on this. So those are my
Proceed to Highland
smaller
Road,
tips on
then
the side.
turn right.
That's a Chromebook with the everything button, so you can find things instantly. From files to apps, even answers online. Who says you can't have everything with the everything button? Switch to finding things instantly. Switch to Chromebook.
At T-Mobile for Business, we're using unconventional thinking to create new opportunities for small business growth, like unlimited plans starting at $25 per line by America's leader.
Right.
I never mentioned like
In
how
800
much
feet,
I
turn right.
made on these streams. Let me see how much I made. This week on DoorDash, I have 102. Looks like today on DoorDash, I made about 30 bucks. I didn't do any Uber Eats. No, I did do Uber Eats. Let's see. Today I made $31 on Uber Eats. So that's 60 right there. Grubhub. 140 this week so far on Grubhub. Today on Grubhub.
Turn right, then turn left.
That doesn't seem right. I feel like, oh yeah. Oh, so that's offset because they changed. So shit. 40 and 17. So my brain no work at night. 57. So 30, 57 in one day.
Turn left. At the light, turn left.
Estimated 130 bucks.
In 1 mile, turn left onto Sylvania Drive.
Or more. After working my full-time job, of course.
My name's Raoul Pal. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a financial media business called Real Vision, and the co-founder of, the founder of Global Macro Investor, which is a institutional research service on kind of macro-based investing for the world's largest hedge funds, asset managers, sovereign wealth funds, giant banks, that kind of stuff. My background was 30 years of finance, so I was working for some of the world's biggest investment banks. I started and ran the hedge fund sales business in equities and equity derivatives at Goldman Sachs in Europe. Then I went on to start and run a global macro hedge fund for one of the largest hedge fund firms in the world, GLG Partners, and eventually opted out of the rat race back in 2004.
In half
moved
a
to the
mile,
Mediterranean
turn left
coast of
onto
Spain,
Sylvania Drive.
where I started Global Macro Investor, and then 2014 I started Real Vision.
There's a lot to unpack just with that right there. So first off, like this, for everyone out there, macro investment, just describe that real quickly. What exactly is that?
Yeah, so you see people who look at a company and they think, I want to buy their shares, and it'll be based around the earnings and the cash flow and the potential growth of the company, whatever it may be. Macro investing is the opposite. It's looking at economies and how economies work and saying, okay, if that economy is doing good, bad, then how do I want to make money off that? Because the economic cycle
Go past
drives
this stop
the price
sign.
of assets.
Then at the
When I'm
next
talking about
one,
assets here, I'm
turn
talking about
left.
shares, equities. I'm talking about bonds. I'm talking about currencies, commodities, cryptocurrencies. So many things are driven by the business cycle, the economic cycle. So
thanks to
our job as
inflation, that
macro-based
130
investors
something I made is
we
only
look
actually
across
like
the
120.
and look
Turn
for
left onto
opportunities
Sylvania
where
Drive.
the market's
Then turn right
perceptions
onto
of what is
Edward Street.
happening,
My brain does need
behind
rest.
what the forecasts are now showing, And it's not about following what Wall Street tells you, it's doing
Brain
work
and body need
trying to
rest.
discover what's
At the
coming in
stop
the future.
sign,
Our
turn
job
right
in
onto
macro is to live
Edward
in the
Street.
future,
Then turn
and we look
left.
for the big trends or the big turning points, because that's when we make all of our money. The big trends in this world may have been the rise of cryptocurrencies, the recent rise of commodity markets based on supply disruptions that everybody.
Turn left onto Bethel Church Road.
I think the strength of the US dollar is only like, last time I checked, it was like 80 something cents, 83, 84 cents compared to the euro. So I think if you, today, right now, if you try and get €1
Continue on to
with
Beaer,
a US dollar, you only have, it would be 83 cents. So you would need $1, what, 10 something to buy €1.
That everybody's read about. Or it could be the rise of technology and how that impacts the NASDAQ. Then our job is to live between 6 months and 2 years into the future, to imagine what the world could be like, and then assess the probabilities of how it would get there, and then you place bets accordingly. It's a really amazing world of this, the world's most complex 3D jigsaw puzzle that you try and solve, and occasionally it all comes together, dissolves again, and you have to start all over again. So it's a huge intellectual challenge to put all of these moving parts, because you're looking at all of the economies and the interplay of all of the asset classes. It's a very rewarding way of investing. It gave rise to some of the most famous investors of all time. People like George Soros was a macro guy. People like Paul Tudor Jones, these are macro.
Copy and paste the strange yield farming strategy used by billionaire internet money investors and start legally printing money with 14 clicks. Here, let me explain. Back in April, my good friend Sarah hit me up. She'd overheard me talking about yield farming and wanted to know more. She didn't have a background in finance, she didn't have a huge amount to invest, she didn't even understand blockchain or any of the nerdy stuff. But damn was she determined. My team sent over a few new yield farms for her to try out. And a few months later, she sent me this screen recording of her account. Step 1, she reached out to me for help. Step 2, she dove in and followed my team's instructions precisely. Step 3, the money printers printed money. I can't promise you that you'll get the same results, but I can tell you that the money printers, aka yield farms, are popular
because macro investors, it's currencies and bonds and all of this stuff that most people don't really look at. Most of us in the macro world, from about the late 90s, we saw in about 97 and 8, Asia blew up. There was a financial crisis of epic proportions, and it was driven by debt. And that got everybody focused on debt. And the answer to the Asian crisis by the Western world was to cut interest rates, which ignited their own debt bubble. In fact, George Soros pretty much predicted it in the crisis of global capitalism. That's what happened, is the debt bubble moved. As the debt bubble moved, we got to the 2000 recession and interest rates went down even further, now at all-time lows. And we had a housing bubble, so debts went up and people borrowed more money on their credit card. Then the student loan bubble started as well. Then we got to around, now the financial system was by far the largest part of the global economy, and that blew up. But the answer to that was not to let it clear it. In fact, George Soros pretty much predicted it in the crisis of global capitalism. That's what happened, is the debt bubble from about the late 90s, we saw in about, are behind what the forecasts are now showing. And it's not about following what Wall Street tells you, it's doing work and trying to discover what's
116 is the €1, yep.
Our job in macro is to live in the future, and we look for the big trends or the big turning points, because that's when we make all of our money. The big trends in this world may have been the rise of cryptocurrencies.
That means the euro is better.
The recent rise of commodity markets based on supply disruptions that everybody's read about.
So if you're earning euros, you're earning more money than people in America do.
Or it could be the rise of technology and how that impacts the NASDAQ. Then our job is to live between 6 months and 2 years into the future, to imagine what the world could be like, and then assess the probabilities of how it would get there, and then you place bets accordingly. It's a really amazing world of this, the world's most complex 3D jigsaw puzzle that you try and solve, and occasionally it all comes together, dissolves again, and you have to start all over again. So it's a huge intellectual challenge to put all of these moving parts, because you're looking at all of the economies and the interplay of all of the asset classes. It's a very rewarding way of investing. It gave rise to some of the most famous investors of all time. People like George Soros was a macro guy. People like Paul Tudor Jones, these are macro thinkers, macro investors. It's currencies and bonds and all of this stuff that most people don't really
Gold for
look at.
them, sucky
Most
for
of
us.
us in the macro world, from about the late 90s, we saw in about 97 and 8, Asia blew up. It was a financial crisis of epic proportions, and it was driven by debt. And that got everybody focused on debt. And the answer to the Asian crisis by the Western world was to cut interest rates, which ignited their own debt bubble. In fact, George Soros pretty much predicted it in the crisis of global capitalism. That's what happened, is the debt bubble moved. As the debt bubble moved, it got to the 2000 recession, and interest rates went down even further, now at all-time lows. And we had a housing bubble, so debts went up, and people borrowed more money on their credit card. Then the student loan bubble started as well. Then we got to around, now the financial system was by far the largest part of the global economy, and that blew up. But the answer to that was not to let it clear itself, which is kind of what happened in Asia to a certain extent. It was to support it. And the way of supporting it was cutting interest rates and doing something called quantitative easing, which was basically pushing free money into the system so people could service their debts. So you created yet more debt because everyone was incentivized to create debts, because now the government said, or the central bank said, well, we're going to try and defend your debt from blowing up because we understand it's too big. So you're now incentivized to do so. I'd got through the 2008 recession having forecasted it, knew it was coming, because this was in many macro people's framework. There's a debt crisis coming. What was surprising to us, it never played through to the logical conclusion, which was kind of a proper full reset.
At the light,
So the system was
use the left 2 lanes
re-pumped
to turn
up
onto
with
the air
money,
plus
let
Outsville
up on
Road.
its way again. And that made us think, wow, this is not good. The next part of the story was the European crisis, which was a sovereign debt crisis. Countries almost going bust and almost blowing up the whole of Europe. That was another opportunity to print money, prop up the system, and now the European Central Bank were buying every bond, every debt of any bank in Europe, no questions asked. You can lend to anybody and we'll just take it off your balance sheet and pretend it didn't happen. So obviously debts continue to rise. Having seen this and see the dramatic impact it had on people around me, don't forget things like Cyprus happened, where they basically they bailed in depositors in banks. What that means is a fancy word for saying you paid for the bank's mistakes and they took your money away and destroyed it or gave it to the creditors. And it's like, but I was just putting my savings in it. I had nothing to do with your bank. I'm not a shareholder. That all changed. So now you're on the hook for all of this stuff. And I realized that this was unsustainable. And also we learned from the 2008 crisis and the European crisis, all these financial instruments, because of leverage, are all wildly interlinked. And because you reuse things, collateral it's known, which you put down from a loan, like you put money down from a mortgage, when you reuse stuff, you don't know who owns it because it keeps getting reused. I spoke to the Federal Reserve at one point and found out that something like an average US Treasury bond was being reused 32 times within the system. So then you've got a problem of who owns what if everything goes wrong. It was a guy called Emil Woods that you and I were talking off air a second ago. I was looking at setting up the world's safest bank with a few global macro investor subscribers. Slightly hubristic thing to do, but I thought I'd give it a go. And it was bloody hard. Anybody's tried setting up a bank, it is not easy. So we went to Singapore, we went to Hong Kong, we went to Switzerland and the US trying to set this up. And then Emil said, you don't need to. Look at Bitcoin and look at blockchain, because this is an asset that is not encumbered, meaning you can prove ownership and is fast and secure and you can transfer it, and all of these things that meant it could be the basis of the financial system was better. I saw that and I bought it immediately. And I got it. I wrote one of the first research papers on the macro perspective of Bitcoin back in 2012 or 13, which was saying, okay, if this is like gold, then the value with gold at $1,300, Bitcoin should be worth about $1 million. And that made waves, obviously, because it was worth, currently at the time, was $200. I think that forecast will end up being pretty right at the end. But that's what I had realized. And then I was an on-off investor in this space, and I sold that in 2017 early, and I'd made 10 times my money and felt like a hero, and I should have held on because the stuff I bought at $200, I sold it at $2,000 and it went to $20,000. I then focused on the space still, but I wasn't an investor. This was the rise now of Ethereum and other blockchains. And I could see where this is going. Emil, again, had talked me through smart contracts and what it could mean for everything from the insurance industry to all sorts of different applications. Crypto was silent. And I was waiting. I knew that this was the opportunity and the savings vehicle and basically the life raft for the entire financial system. But most people weren't aware of it yet. It was this fringe thing.
Here's what you need to know about Chromebooks.
I'm feeling the
Chromebooks are powerfully
tiredness
simple
now.
laptops. Powerful to handle what's important to you. And designed in a way that...
An interesting thing that I heard you talk about before is the issue of risk. And with the Federal Reserve Bank printing so much money, essentially stimulating our way out of a recession, a crash, trying to eliminate risk, and that being a reason people are moving to cryptocurrency, because we're seeing what's happening with the dollar, like you just talked about. We're seeing the dollar get devalued. I mean, is that why people are moving to cryptocurrency? Because they're worried about the value of the dollar, or do they just want to say, screw you to the government and to central banks?
I think it's all of the above, but if you think of it again, I'm a macro guy at heart, and I look at bond yields. People used to have bonds. We don't now because there's no yield. So yes, the system owns them, but as individuals, they're not interesting to us. So that's taken the bond market, the biggest, largest source of investment on earth, has just been taken out of the equation. It's just not relevant to us. You might as well own cash. And the Fed decided, well, we can't allow, because all the companies are so in debt, we can't allow the credit markets to blow up because that would be a house of cards. So they started buying credit. So credit now doesn't react to the business cycle. So that's taken that out. And then we've got the currency markets. So now we're not talking about the debasement of fiat currency overall. We're talking about the dollar versus the yen versus the euro. That's been flat for 6 years now because the governments don't want it to move, because if the dollar moves too far, it blows up the world again. So what we've got is very few avenues to actually make money. Now, real estate, sure, but it's expensive for most people, and also banks don't want to lend necessarily unless you're rich already. So what avenue have you got left? You've got the equity market, all-time record high valuations. Okay, money's going to keep going in, and it'll get more crazy valuations. But is that the best bet? Or is it the market that has a 2 trillion valuation that could go to 100 trillion and is the future of the entire financial system and global business model? It kind of makes sense for people to start reallocating assets.
I mean, cryptocurrency, is it an investment or is it money?
Listen, I wanted to catch up with you because there's so much going on. I don't even know how to get my head around it. And the good thing about you and I, we're both macro. We think of things in that kind of top layer of what's going on. So I don't even know where to start, but let's just start with the main, Bitcoin and Ethereum. What's your view on this right now?
Two small developments, which weren't small, and one big development that I think symbolically put together was a monster deal. And what were they? Within a week, both Walmart, largest retailer in the world, and Amazon, largest online retailer in the world, put up help wanted signs. Help wanted, we need some crypto people fast. Right? Think about that. The two biggest players in the world said, we give up. We need to be part of the party. We see the future changing in payments, in digital art, in how brands are created, right? Yet that, at the same time, Congress tried to sneak in regulation, through the infrastructure bill. That was the White House, Janet Yellen, Gary Gensler, wanting to say, hey, we're a little worried about where this is going. We want to be in control. They had no idea that the crypto community would roar like they roared.
It was amazing.
Connected people in our world, the Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey tweeting, guys like me on phone calls with senators, and there are lots of us, let alone the 60 million American crypto owners who started, blanketing their phone machines with angry bills. And so they said, wait, but there is a constituency, a really loud one, that we need to
In 1 mile, take a slight right turn onto
together, even though they're not connected. And it was like the coming of age moment. Now, there's the industry's been de-risked. It's an industry. It's going to be an industry for a long time. We are going to rebuild part of the financial architecture, if not all of the financial architecture, but at least part of it, on a blockchain-based system, right? IP, creativity is going to be on a blockchain system. The real promise of this whole movement was that if the internet...
Ironic that I got a house, but I really can't fully enjoy it yet. Life is funny. Life is a funny joke.
Made information free.
Changed my lifestyle though. Changed my behavior.
Shouldn't be free, not to be free. You know, and so it's the internet of value.
And for those small times I'm there, I guess.
Transformation. And I think the world just woke up. You know, you see what's happening in prices of NFTs, of DeFi.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. If any of us would have gotten into these cryptos earlier this year or last year, we'd be rich. We'd literally be rich. Still can though. I think they'll
take a slight right turn onto
keep doing
Pittsburgh
strong.
Peaceport Boulevard.
Yeah.
So if I would have known about this shit, if I would have invested in Bitcoin or Ethereum or a lot of this stuff, put a couple thousand in any of these, I wouldn't have to be doing DoorDash or food delivery.
In 5.4
Can't
miles, take
keep
a slight
missing
right turn onto
opportunities.
Crooked Run
Can't
Road.
allow myself to miss opportunities like that again.
Of level 1 protocols, of all of this stuff. It's almost, I tweeted today to Jim Cramer, it's almost like we hit the point of no return in the virality of this.
Yeah, because I've been looking at, you know, because I try and step back because you struggle otherwise because there's so much noise. I step back and look at the growth of the number of users of crypto, digital asset space. It's growing at 113% a year. It's twice the speed of the internet. It's the fastest growth of any technology in all humanity. And as you said, we've hit a tipping point in the last few weeks.
You know, I learned
I saw him on TV with the cape shooting laser beams.
I don't wear a cape. On November 5th.
you're about, yeah, I shouldn't say a hard lesson because you can't get mad that you don't catch everything.
And all these lucky teen actors in these movies and TV shows, I'm sure they make way more money than adults.
One of the things I've been just attacked online for
and our average
recently was Cardano. Months ago said I don't understand why it's the third, highest market cap. I couldn't find developers.
I mean, like any investing, you can
talk to that were using it.
Like any investing, you can lose money too. So. Depends where you buy in at. Gotta learn about it before you go into it, like anything.
It seemed like a ghost chain, but I was surprised by how fervent and angry their community was. I didn't get death threats, which I've gotten in the past, but I got all kinds of just, mockery, mean tweets. And then recently I did another tweet, that was a mistake, and 500 comments instantly. And what I realized is, and Cardano, listen, it was $140, now it's $270, and so I'd have been smarter to go long. Luckily I didn't go short. I just didn't participate. While Bitcoin as a store of value has this big story and a big community, has institutional buy-in, I really think is going to be here forever. There are these other communities that we might not know the people who are participating in them, but it's a huge world out there with 7.5 billion people, mostly connected to the internet. And somehow Cardano has a community that sees it as some hybrid between Bitcoin and Ethereum. Gonna be the next Ethereum. Right now it doesn't do anything. I got no idea if it'll succeed. I don't buy it because I don't see NFTs being built on it, DeFi being built on it. Nothing needs to be built on Bitcoin for Bitcoin to work, right? It's a store of value. And so we have this spectrum of store of value to utility. Is being a store of value to utility, and who am I to be the judge of what people care about? Enough people care about Cardano that it's worth $100 billion.
And look, we're seeing this with Doge. I mean, I spotted this a while ago. It's like it's got this vibrant community, but no use case. So Mark Cuban holds his hand up and says, "Fine, you can buy Dallas Mavs stuff." And then Elon's saying, well, you know, I might use this for something because it's got the massive user base. So if you bring a massive user base and you start building applications on it, then you've got a network. And this is fascinating because, you know, we're not used to seeing things this way round.
Yeah, no, and so we'll see. You know, the Cardano thing, I haven't given it, nor do I think I will buy it, given my, you know, having missed this huge run and my bias against wanting to be part of communities that I think have long-term utility. But it'll be interesting to see if, you know, they can pull something off. You know, I said it feels like a cult. All of this stuff, investing is becoming this. It's like British soccer teams. You know, they put gates between, you know, Chelsea and Man U so they don't go to war.
That's right.
I don't think it's healthy, but it's interesting.
Yeah, but I do think, you know, I've been talking a lot about this, the power of community overall in the whole space is what is going to drive crypto, because we're going to see adoption within communities of different types of things. And that's what the NFT space is now. It's like Bored Apes versus...
Look at the Art Blocks community, right? I mean, there was one of my guys, Richard, tweeted twice about, you know, people donating back to other community members, you know, pieces of art that were worth, you know, $500,000. You know, hey, just giving it back to the artist because he's done so much good stuff for our community. I mean, it's a really sweet community. People then wanted to buy into that community. It's the most vibrant community in NFTs, I think.
So how do you deal with just the layer ones? Let's talk about, yeah, stuff like Solana and stuff. Looks like it's doing really well. You've seen Cardano, you said you kind of missed that. How do you deal with, okay, what are the ones you're going to focus on?
Early stage venture guys that we get in on, to trading team that, you know, market making some of these things. My own network of people. And so I still have the belief that Ethereum has such a huge lead that it is going to be core infrastructure. It's sort of a big Ethereum position. I have made probably more money this year on Luna than almost anything else. I bought Luna really early. I was wildly impressed with the CEO. Not that he's allowed to be a CEO, but the founder. With DAO. Yeah. I've just watched that community grow, mostly because it was a real use case originally with the payment app, right? The Chai payment system. You're using it in Korea to do things. It was, in some ways, the first guppy that jumped out of the swamp and became a frog. He's done an amazing job building that. Who's driving those communities? And you can't catch them all. We've got Polkadot, we've got some Cosmos. In one way, those bets get very correlated, and so you can look at A versus B and who's breaking out and kind of trade the crosses. You know, it's like trading when there's a dollar bull market, you can still trade euro yen. I'm not smart enough, and I don't think anyone is, to know in 10 years what that level 1 fabric that we build on top of is going to look like.
Want to go home and sleep like a rock. I'll be there in 6 minutes.
In 1 mile, take a slight right turn onto Crooked Run Road.
That's half the fun of a new house, seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun too.
Well, enjoy your house.
Nope. Geico.
How much have you invested in Bitcoin so far?
Princess, we got 2 lurkers in chat who don't want to talk.
I mean, all told, my company, MicroStrategy, has invested $3,160,000,000.
3 billion, 3.1 billion.
Yeah, I put another 175 million of my own money, so I'm 3.3 something.
I love it.
3.35. I can't remember exactly.
I love it.
It's
Bitcoin,
a lot of money.
For those who've never heard about Bitcoin, why are you choosing to put your money in Bitcoin and not in the bank?
I'll start with first
Use the right lane to
principles.
take a slight right turn.
Now, what is inflation? Inflation is
In 1.2
is
miles,
when
turn
the
right.
government sucks the energy out of the currency. So if we go to an analogy that an athlete would understand, you run a dojo, and the government sends you a note saying, "I need all of your fighters to give me a pint of blood." So everybody donates a pint of blood. And to get ready for this, I Googled this, and I found out that Google thinks it takes 4 to 8 weeks to replace your red blood cells. And you got 10 pints of blood in your body. So if you get bled 10% of your blood, then I guess you're not going to be the ideal top athlete for 4 to 8 weeks.
That's true.
And so maybe, if you had a big competition, you would not want to do that within 2 months of the competition, but you'd probably train a little bit weaker too. So that's about 10% inflation. Now, what happened if you got a memo from the government that said we need a pint of blood from every fighter every quarter, every 12 weeks? Now you've got to like 25-30% inflation, and now you're never really on. Now, what happens if the government sends you a note saying, well, we're going to need a pint of blood every month? So inflation is currency collapse. And currency is to the economy what blood is to the body, and value or energy is oxygen. So I'm sucking the blood out of your body, I'm sucking the oxygen out of your body. If I keep sucking the oxygen out of the room, you can't perform. When the inflation is running, the government says it's running 2%. It's not running 2%, because the measure of inflation is a manufactured one. If I just measure things that don't go up in price, then inflation is low. But if I measure things that you want, like housing is up 27% year over year. The stock market is up 27% year over year. So if you wanted to buy a house, or if you wanted to buy a bunch of stocks, the inflation rate is 27%. The currency is losing 27% of its value. That is 27% of your blood getting pumped out of your body. Okay, so what we had was a low inflation environment, and it tripled in March of 2020. And we went from maybe 7-8% consistent inflation in the U.S. to now 24%, and we've been running north of 20% for the past 18 months. So now, a simple observation, right? You're an athlete. If I told you that everybody's bleeding,
yeah, feel free to talk, viewers. Don't be shy.
Call the cup man.
Stop the bleeding.
Call the cup man. You got to stop the blood.
Stop the bleeding.
You have to.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So the first observation is you've got to stop the bleeding if you're an investor. And how do you stop the bleeding? Well, if you have all your money in a bank account, and it's in U.S. dollars, you're losing 15, 20, 25% of your value a year. But if it's in pesos in Argentina, you're losing like 40% of your value a year. And if it's in Venezuelan bolivar, you're losing 95%, right? They're literally getting bled every week. It's like the government shows up and says,
you could be the best investor in the game. You're still going to go out. You're still going to be out.
If you're in an economy with hyperinflation, it's the same as getting bled to death. And so in an economy like Venezuela or Nigeria, Zimbabwe, or most of Africa, that's a currency collapse, which is like you're on life support on a ventilator. There is no investment strategy or business strategy that will save you, right? You're in deep trouble. If you're in America or in the Western world, then your currency was getting weaker 6, 7, 8% a year, but now it's getting weaker 15, 20, 25% a year, depending. We can debate back and forth what the inflation rate, but the reason it's hard to pin down inflation is because if you want to sleep in your parents' basement and watch Netflix and order pizza, the inflation rate's not that high. If you want to rent a house, rent an apartment on your own, the inflation rate's higher. if you want to buy a house, the inflation rate is 25%. And if you want to buy other scarce assets, then the inflation rate is running sort of around the S&P 500 index. So if you want a surrogate for inflation, look at the rate at which a basket of 500 desirable stocks goes up in price. And that will tell you the rate at which the money supply is expanding. Or look at the rate at which housing. The Case-Shiller index went up 27% year over year, July to last July. It's running in that range the last 4 months. That's the highest rate of housing price increase since 1987. So, if you... Alright, thanks for another stream where you stayed a long time and kept me company. Alrighty, good night. Gonna get some sleep. As always, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time. Peace.